Hi, and welcome to Lines to Sleep, where words become your pathway to relaxation and help you drift off into sweet dreams. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. I'd love to know, where are you watching from, and what time is it there? Find your comfort, let go of the day, and let's begin this journey together now. I have always loved the quiet reverence of the library, the hush of turning pages, the whisper of history in every worn spine, and the promise that every book held a secret waiting to be discovered had made my life as a librarian both comforting and endlessly intriguing. I had spent many years tending to these treasures, unaware that one day I would uncover a secret that would alter everything I believed about fate, identity, and the very nature of time. This is the account of that discovery. A journey that began innocuously with an unbound diary and led me down a labyrinth of occult practices and ghostly apparitions that would forever change my existence. It started on an overcast morning when the rain tapped a steady rhythm against the tall, arched windows of the library. I had just begun my shift, organizing a newly acquired collection of historical manuscripts, when my eyes caught a glimpse of something peculiar peeking out from behind a neglected shelf in a remote corner of the archive room. The object was no larger than a small notebook, its faded leather cover worn smooth by time. It did not have a title, and the pages, yellowed and delicate, were filled with spidery handwriting. I sensed immediately that this was no ordinary journal. It pulsed with an aura of urgency and melancholy. A diary, perhaps, left behind by someone desperate to communicate a long-forgotten truth. I retrieved the diary with trembling hands, feeling both excitement and an inexplicable foreboding. The diary's cover was embossed with intricate designs reminiscent of arcane symbols I had only seen in obscure occult texts. As I sat at my desk, the ambient light from the stained glass window bathed the pages in a kaleidoscope of colors, enhancing the diary's enigmatic charm. I began reading the opening entry, written in a neat, deliberate hand that belied the emotion behind each word. The author confessed to a lifetime steeped in secret rituals and forbidden lore, detailing late-night ceremonies that called upon forces beyond mortal understanding. There was a deep sadness interwoven with fervor, as though the writer were aware that the path he trod might lead to inevitable doom. I couldn't help but feel an eerie kinship with the writer. His expressions of isolation and regret resonated with the solitary hours I spent in the quiet corridors of the library. I read on, absorbing every word with an intensity that bordered on obsession. The diary detailed practices that seemed designed not only to summon, but to bind forces from the other side. A dangerous interplay of occult energies that had apparently once been a part of this very building's dark history. The meticulous descriptions of candles arranged in geometric patterns, incantations whispered in the dead of night, and cryptic references to an alternate self sent shivers down my spine. It was as if the diary was not merely a record of ritual, but a prophecy, ominously hinting that its secrets would have dire consequences for its reader. As the hours passed, I found myself drawn deeper into the diary's confessions. I noted with growing alarm a particular passage in which the author ominously predicted a fate that would befall him, a doom that now seemed to be closing in on me. The text suggested that the ritual, if left incomplete, would unleash a cascade of spectral disturbances that could not be undone. In that moment, a chill ran down my back. I could no longer dismiss the eerie coincidences. The diary had arrived in my hands at precisely the time when unexplained phenomena had begun to plague the library. Flickering lights, strange sounds echoing in empty halls, and the unnerving feeling of being watched. Had I, in some twisted twist of fate, been chosen to inherit not only the diary's secrets, but also its cursed destiny? The more I read, the more I became convinced that the diary was not a relic of the past, but a living document, one that was guiding me toward a confrontation with forces I had never imagined. I recalled the many evenings I had spent alone among the stacks, lost in the comfort of ancient words, never suspecting that the library itself harbored the remnants of occult rituals long forgotten by time. Now, the diary made it all seem alarmingly plausible. The library was a nexus, a silent witness to forbidden rites performed under the cloak of night, and I was the unsuspecting inheritor of that grim legacy. I spent the remainder of the day poring over the diary, my heart heavy with a mixture of dread and determination. I began to take notes, cross-referencing the ritualistic descriptions with the library's own architecture and the scant historical records that mention mysterious events in its early days. Every detail in the diary hinted at connections between the building's past and a spectral presence that still lingered in its recesses. The language was deliberately vague, leaving gaps that begged to be filled with my own interpretations. Yet, it was that very ambiguity that unsettled me most. The diary's words seemed to bend and twist, as if reacting to my thoughts and emotions. In the quiet solitude of the reading room, I felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. It was as though the diary had been waiting for someone like me, someone who would both understand its cryptic message and be brave enough to follow its dire warnings. I knew that the coming days would force me to confront not only the library's haunted past, but also my own hidden depths. The diary's foretelling of doom was not merely a cautionary tale, it was a call to action. I resolved then and that I would uncover the full extent of its secrets, no matter the cost, even if it meant stepping into a realm where reality and the supernatural merged. That evening, after the library had closed its heavy oak doors to the outside world, I took the diary home with me. In the solitude of my small apartment, lit only by the soft glow of a single desk lamp, I read the entries over and over. Each sentence resonated with an urgency that felt both personal and preordained. I began to suspect that the diary was more than a mere chronicle of past transgressions. It was a roadmap to a future where my fate was inexorably tied to the occult energies that had once pervaded the library. I marked passages that spoke of ancient rites, symbols of protection, and warnings of inculturnate self, whose existence seemed to mirror my own. These scribbled notes hinted that the author was not simply chronicling events, but was attempting to forge a connection across time, a desperate bid to alter destiny by reconciling two divergent paths. Sleep eluded me that night as my mind raced with possibilities. I questioned whether the diary was a work of madness, conjured by a troubled soul, or an authentic testament to a hidden reality that had long been suppressed by the conventions of modern life. The more I pondered, the more I became convinced that there was truth in its pages. I recalled the fleeting sensations of cold air and whispering voices I had experienced in the library that day. They now took on a new significance, as if the building itself were trying to speak to me, a silent sentinel of secrets and sorrows accumulated over centuries. The diary was a bridge between these two worlds, and I was destined to cross it. In the days that followed, I found myself increasingly isolated from my usual routines. I would wander the aisles of the library, tracing my fingers over the spines of books that suddenly seemed imbued with hidden meaning. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of paper, made my heart skip a beat as I wondered if the spectral forces alluded to in the diary were beginning to stir. My colleagues noticed my distracted demeanor and the furtive glances I cast toward the more shadowed corners of our ancient repository. Yet, when I attempted to share my discoveries, I was met with skeptical smiles and polite nods. After all, the library had always been a place of quiet rationality, not of ghost stories and occult mysteries. One rainy afternoon, as the clouds grayed the sky outside, and the drizzle lent a melancholy tone to the day, I returned to the archive room. Clutching the diary in my hand, I retraced my steps to the shelf where I had first found it. I ran my fingers along the dusty spines, as if searching for further clues hidden among the forgotten volumes. That is when I noticed a peculiar indentation in the wood, a secret compartment that I had never seen before. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, I carefully pried it open revealing a small bundle of aged letters tied with a faded red ribbon. The letters, written in the same delicate script as the diary, were addressed to someone named Elias, and spoke of dire warnings, clandestine meetings, and sacrifices made in the name of an unknown power. It was clear that the diary was only one part of a larger puzzle, a network of secrets that spanned generations, and hinted at a dark legacy intertwined with the history of the library itself. The letters deepened my resolve. Every new piece of evidence pushed me further along a path that seemed preordained, as if I were following in the footsteps of a long, dead ancestor, or perhaps even a parallel self. The notion that the diary's author might be an alternate version of me, a self that had embraced a different, darker path, was both terrifying and mesmerizing. I began to wonder if the fate foretold in the diary was not merely a warning for the author, but a prophecy meant for me as well. The idea that my life might have diverged at some critical juncture, creating two distinct but intertwined destinies, sent ripples of disbelief and dread through my mind. As I immersed myself further in the diary and the letters, I started to notice subtle changes in the world around me. The familiar corridors of the library, once a sanctuary of order and predictability, now seemed to pulse with an undercurrent of restless energy. Shadows lengthened unnaturally, and the silence was broken by inexplicable echoes that sounded like distant voices. Even the weather appeared to respond to the diary's revelations. Days grew darker, and the air more oppressive, as if nature itself were warning me of the consequences of unearthing these secrets. I knew then that I had crossed a threshold, and that my life was forever intertwined with a mystery that defied logic. Late one evening, while meticulously transcribing passages from the diary into my journal, I became aware of a presence in the room. The lamp's flame flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls, and for a brief moment, I swore I saw a figure standing just beyond the edge of the light, a figure that looked strikingly similar to my own reflection. I froze, heart pounding, unsure whether it was a trick of the light or something far more sinister. The moment passed as quickly as it had come, leaving me with a lingering sense of being observed by a spectral twin. This unnerving encounter only served to reinforce the diary's warnings and deepened the mystery of the alternate self mentioned within its pages. I spent several sleepless nights pondering the implications of that vision. Was it merely the product of an overactive imagination, fueled by the diary's disturbing content? Or was it an omen, a harbinger of the merging of two timelines, a convergence of identities that had been long separated by fate? The more I considered the possibility, the more I felt that my destiny was not entirely my own. The diary, with its fragmented narrative and cryptic warnings, seemed to be leading me toward a revelation that would shatter my previous understanding of self and time. Each new piece of evidence, every eerie coincidence, built a mounting pressure that left me with little choice but to continue down this dark path, regardless of the personal cost. In the weeks that followed, I resolved to delve deeper into the history of the library. I scoured its archives for any mention of the occult, any records of rituals or disturbances that might corroborate the diary's accounts. I discovered whispers of a secret society that had once met in the hidden chambers beneath the library. A society that had dabbled in rituals intended to blur the boundaries between the living and the dead. The more I uncovered, the more it became apparent that the diary was not merely an isolated document, but a key to understanding a long, suppressed chapter of the library's past. I realized that I was not just unearthing secrets for my own curiosity. I was unwittingly stepping into a role that had been written long ago by forces beyond my control. By now, the diary had transformed from a curious relic into an imperative guide. I could no longer view it as an artifact of forgotten times. It had become a living record of events that were unfolding around me. Its entries were punctuated by a sense of urgency, a desperate attempt by its author to communicate across the void of time. I became determined to follow its instructions, to piece together the ritual described within its pages, even though a deep, instinctive fear warned me of the dangers that lay ahead. My every waking moment was consumed by the diary's contents, and I began to experience the disquieting feeling that I was being drawn into an inescapable fate. One crisp autumn evening, as I was closing up the library, I lingered in the main hall long after the last visitor had departed. The golden light of dusk filtered through the tall windows, casting long shadows across the polished floor. I sat at a table, diary open before me, and allowed the silence to envelop me. In that quiet, solitary moment, I made a silent vow to honor the warnings contained within the fragile pages. I would seek out the truth behind the occult practices detailed in the diary, confront the spectral echoes that haunted the library, and ultimately face the possibility that my destiny was intertwined with that of an alternate self, a version of me that had made different choices in a parallel timeline. The weight of that promise was almost too heavy to bear, yet it filled me with a resolute determination. As I left the library that night, the cool air brushed against my face, and I felt, for the first time, that I was not alone. The sensation was subtle, a whisper of movement in the periphery of my vision, a fleeting impression that someone, or something, was following my every step. I quickened my pace, heart pounding, the diary clutched tightly in my grasp, as if it were a talisman against the encroaching darkness. In the solitude of the night, I understood that I had embarked on a journey from which there might be no return. The diary had chosen me, and I was bound to its fate, regardless of how terrifying the unknown might be. Now I stand at the threshold of a mystery that has already begun to reshape my life. Every day, the library reveals new secrets hidden in its ancient corners. A secret passage behind a bookshelf, a locked door with a mysterious emblem, a faint inscription on a weathered stone that seems to mirror the symbols in the diary. I have learned to trust my instincts, to follow the subtle hints that guide me deeper into the occult history of this place. And yet, as I continue my search, I cannot shake the feeling that I am being watched by a presence both familiar and alien, a spectral echo of the self that might have been, a reminder that my fate is inextricably linked to the diary's dark prophecy. In these early moments of my journey, as I cling to the hope that I can decipher the diary's riddles before it is too late, I am filled with both dread and anticipation. I wonder what lies ahead in the shadowed corridors of the library and beyond. Will I uncover a path to salvation, or will the diary's warnings prove to be a harbinger of doom that I cannot escape? I realize now that every step I take is a step further into a realm where time and identity blur, where the boundary between reality and the supernatural dissolves into uncertainty. And in that murky space, I must find the strength to confront not only the haunting legacy of the past, but also the possibility that my future is entangled with the life of another me, a self forged in the fires of a different destiny. As I close this chapter of my account, I do so with the knowledge that my journey has only just begun. The diary, with its whispered secrets and ominous predictions, has already cast a long shadow over my life. I feel its weight in every breath I take, and in every step I make among the quiet shelves of the library. I have resolved to follow its path, to delve deeper into the occult mysteries it so desperately records, and to confront whatever specters may be lurking in the dim recesses of both the library and my own soul. With the diary as my guide, I will uncover the hidden manuscript of my destiny, even if that manuscript reveals truths that are as frightening as they are profound. In the coming days, as the winds of change begin to stir and the spectral disturbances grow bolder, I know that I must stand firm in the face of the unknown. The library, once a haven of order and quiet scholarship, has transformed into a battleground where ancient forces vie for control, and where the fate of two intertwined lives hangs in the balance. I cannot yet say what the outcome of this struggle will be, but I am determined to see it through. The diary's pages are alive with secrets, and within them lies the promise of both peril and redemption. I step forward now, heart in hand and mind alert, ready to embrace the dark mysteries that have been entrusted to me. Thus begins my journey, a journey into the heart of the unknown, into the hidden manuscript of my fate, where every word, every symbol, and every whispered incantation carries with it the weight of destiny. I invite you to join me, if only in spirit, as I traverse the shadowed corridors of the library and the even darker recesses of my own soul, searching for the answers that lie hidden within these ancient pages. I never imagined that the quiet corridors of the library, my lifelong sanctuary of books and history, could become the stage for such uncanny happenings. Yet, in the weeks following the discovery of that unbound diary, an undercurrent of strange energy began to permeate every corner of the building. Every day, as I walked along the labyrinthine stacks, the familiar silence was now punctuated by whispers of a presence I could neither see nor fully understand. The echoes in the stacks had awakened. It began subtly. At first, I attributed the odd sensations to my overactive imagination. Perhaps the weight of the diary's secrets was playing tricks on my mind. I remember one particular afternoon when I was reorganizing a set of antiquarian volumes. As I reached for a heavy tome on a high shelf, I heard a soft rustle behind me. I turned quickly, heart pounding, expecting to see a stray visitor or a draft steering the papers on a nearby table. Instead, I saw nothing but the muted light filtering through stained glass windows. The sensation, however, persisted. A subtle feeling that I was not alone, that unseen eyes were watching from between the shelves. Over the following days, the phenomena grew more pronounced. In the early morning hours, when the library was nearly empty, I began to notice that books were not quite where I had left them. A volume that I distinctly remembered placing on a lower shelf would later be discovered on a much higher one. The air itself seemed to hum with a quiet energy, and I caught fleeting reflections of figures in the large, ornate mirrors that adorned the walls. At times, the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed from corridors that should have been silent. I would pause in my work, straining to listen, but the only answer was a deep, oppressive quiet that swallowed all sound. One rainy afternoon, as the steady drumming of water on the roof set an eerie cadence throughout the library, I found myself drawn once more to the area where I had first discovered the diary. I felt compelled to retrace my steps, to reconnect with that inexplicable moment of discovery. With the diary carefully tucked under my arm, I ventured into the lesser, known sections of the building, areas that had long been shrouded in dust and neglect. The air was thicker there, laden with the scent of aging paper and something else I could not name, a metallic tinge that hinted at secrets buried in time. Deep in the stacks, I came across a narrow corridor lined with old wooden bookcases, their surfaces mottled with age and neglect. The corridor was dimly lit by a single, flickering overhead light that cast long, wavering shadows along the floor. As I walked, my footsteps echoed softly, a reminder of the solitude that now felt oppressive. I could feel a presence here, something that had been awakened by the diary's revelations. At the corridor's end, I paused before a heavy door, its surface engraved with intricate designs that resembled the symbols I had seen on the diary's cover. My heart hammered as I reached out and brushed my fingers over the carvings, feeling as though I were making contact with a long, forgotten memory. It was in that moment that I heard it, a quiet, almost imperceptible whisper, like the rustling of pages turned by an unseen hand. The sound was so faint that I doubted my own ears, but as it came again, unmistakably this time, I knew it was not the wind. I stood frozen, straining to discern any shape or movement in the gloom. For what felt like an eternity, I simply listened, my mind racing with possibilities. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the whisper faded into silence, leaving me with a deep, unshakable sense of foreboding. Determined to uncover the source of these disturbances, I resolved to document every unusual occurrence. I began keeping a detailed journal, noting the times and locations of each inexplicable sound or movement. I recorded the strange behavior of objects, books that migrated to different shelves, lights that flickered in patterns too deliberate to be random. Each entry only deepened the mystery, as if the library itself were writing its own narrative alongside my own. The diary I had found earlier now served as a chilling counterpoint to my daily experiences. Its pages spoke of occult rituals and spectral presences, and every new phenomenon I encountered seemed to echo those long-forgotten rites. In my investigations, I soon discovered that the disturbances were not confined to the quiet hours of the morning or the solitary evenings after closing. Even during the busy daytime, when the library was filled with the soft murmurs of patrons and the rustle of turning pages, I sensed that something was amiss. I began to notice subtle changes in the behavior of the other staff as well. Colleagues who had once joked about my peculiarities now exchanged worried glances as I recounted the inexplicable events of the previous night. One of them, a kindly older man who had worked at the library for decades, confided that he too had felt an uncanny chill in the air, as if a cold presence had slipped past him in the stacks. His eyes, clouded with memories of years gone by, seemed to hold a quiet resignation, as though he had come to accept that some mysteries were meant to remain unsolved. I tried to maintain a semblance of normalcy, immersing myself in cataloging tasks and organizing archives, yet the disturbances could not be ignored. There were moments when the library seemed to breathe, the walls whispering secrets from the past. I recalled an incident in the reference section, where I was assisting a patron in finding a rare manuscript. As I led him through a maze of shelves, I suddenly became aware of a soft, melodic humming. It was as if a voice from another time was reciting verses in an ancient tongue, a language I had studied but never expected to hear spoken aloud in this modern setting. The patron, distracted by his own thoughts, did not notice, but I stood transfixed, my mind racing to connect the memory of the diary's entries with the sound that now filled the space. That night, as I sat in the quiet solitude of my office after the library had closed, I pored over the diary once more. Its entries, once a curiosity, had now taken on a more ominous significance. The descriptions of ritualistic ceremonies, the careful arrangement of candles and symbols, and the eerie warnings of an impending doom. All of it converged with my own experiences to form a tapestry of forewarning. I began to suspect that the diary was not merely a relic of occult practices, but a living document, one that continued to influence the present in mysterious ways. It was as if the author, whose voice seemed to resonate from the past, was reaching out through time to guide me, or perhaps to warn me, of the dangers that lay ahead. The library itself seemed to be reacting to my renewed focus on the diary. As if awakened by my curiosity, the building's atmosphere grew more charged. I recall a particularly intense moment late one evening when I was closing up the main reading room. As I turned off the lights, I caught a glimpse of something moving in the periphery, a fleeting shadow that darted behind a row of books. I hesitated, my heart pounding as I slowly approached the spot. There was no one there, only a chill that clung to the air like a shroud. I whispered a half-formed question into the darkness, but the only answer was the echo of my own voice. In that instant, I felt as though the library itself were alive, its ancient walls harboring secrets that defied the passage of time. In the following days, the intensity of the disturbances escalated. I began to experience vivid dreams in which I roamed endless corridors lined with towering shelves, guided by a spectral figure whose features were shrouded in mist. In these dreams, the figure always beckoned me deeper into the heart of the library, toward a hidden chamber where the echoes of the past converged in a chorus of voices. I awoke each morning with a sense of urgency and trepidation, as if my subconscious were urging me to follow the path laid out by the mysterious presence. The dreams were so real that I could almost feel the dampness of the ancient stone under my feet and the cool, musty air of a place untouched by time. At work, my colleagues began to notice that I was no longer the same person who had once approached my duties with quiet contentment. My eyes, once bright with the simple joy of caring for books, now held a deep, searching intensity, a silent plea for answers to questions I could not yet articulate. I found myself retreating into long silences, lost in thought as I considered the diary's implications. The connection between the spectral disturbances and the occult practices described in the diary grew stronger with each passing day. It was as though every inexplicable event was a piece of a larger puzzle, one that I was being compelled to solve regardless of the personal cost. One particularly stormy evening, when the wind howled outside and rain lashed the windows in a relentless barrage, I decided to venture into the library after hours. Clad in a heavy coat and armed with nothing more than a flashlight and the diary, I stepped into the dimly lit building with a mixture of determination and apprehension. The storm's fury seemed to mirror the turmoil inside me, as though nature itself were echoing the chaos that had taken root in my soul. I made my way to the corridor I had discovered earlier, where the carved door had stirred something deep within me. The familiar flicker of the overhead light greeted me, its wavering beam casting long, distorted shadows on the floor. As I approached the door, I felt an almost palpable pull, a magnetic force that seemed to draw me closer to the secrets it guarded. My hand trembled as I reached out to touch the smooth, worn surface of the wood. In that moment, I recalled the diary's cryptic references to a hidden voice and a guiding spirit, words that now resonated with a frightening clarity. I pressed my ear against the cool surface of the door, half expecting to hear the murmur of a distant conversation or the rustle of parchment. Instead, I heard only the pounding of my own heart, loud and insistent in the oppressive silence. Unable to resist the compulsion any longer, I slowly turned the ornate handle and pushed the door open. What lay beyond was a small, forgotten room, its space filled with stacks of old books and dusty relics. The air was thick with the smell of aged paper and a faint, acrid odor I could not identify. My flashlight beam danced across the room, revealing shelves upon shelves of ancient tomes, many of which bore titles in languages I did not recognize. It was in this room that the full weight of the library's occult past seemed to press in on me, a tangible history of forbidden knowledge and secret rituals that had been hidden away for generations. I began to search the room methodically, drawn by the belief that it held further clues to the diary's meaning. In the corner, behind a stack of leather-bound volumes, I discovered a small, intricately carved box. Its surface was adorned with symbols that echoed those in the diary, and as I opened it, I found inside a set of delicate, yellowed pages that appeared to be a collection of incantations and ritual instructions. My hands shook as I held the pages, feeling as if I had uncovered a hidden scripture meant only for those who dared to seek the truth. I knew then that the echoes in the stacks were not random. They were the residual energy of long ago ceremonies, still alive in the very bones of the building. Over the next several days, I devoted every spare moment to studying the incantations and comparing them with the diary's entries. I cross-referenced symbols and phrases, piecing together a narrative that hinted at secret gatherings, midnight rites, and the invocation of spectral forces. With each discovery, the library seemed to grow more alive, as if it were acknowledging my progress with a series of subtle, almost imperceptible signs. A book would fall open to a page describing a ritual. A loose brick in the wall would reveal a hidden passage. A reflection in a darkened window would momentarily show a figure standing behind me. Each event, though minor on its own, coalesced into a tapestry of otherworldly influence that was impossible to ignore. The deeper I delved into the occult history of the library, the more I felt that I was being guided by forces beyond my control. It was as if the diary and these manifestations were intertwined, parts of a larger design that stretched back into the very foundation of the building. Every rustle of a page and every soft echo of footsteps reminded me that I was no longer merely an observer in this unfolding drama. I was a participant, an essential piece of a puzzle that had been centuries in the making. I began to record my findings meticulously, annotating the diary with my own observations and drawing diagrams to connect the various symbols and references. I was creating a map of a hidden world that lay just beneath the surface of everyday reality. One night, as I sat hunched over my desk in the quiet solitude of my office, I heard a sound that made me freeze. It was not the familiar creak of the old building, nor the soft hum of the heating system. It was a distinct, deliberate sound, a gentle tapping, as if someone were drumming their fingertips on the window pane outside. I rose slowly from my chair and crept toward the window, my pulse quickening with each measured step. When I reached the window, I peered out into the darkness, straining to see any sign of movement. For several long moments, there was nothing but the relentless patter of rain and the shifting silhouettes of trees in the stormy night. Yet, as I looked closer, I became convinced that the tapping had a rhythm, a pattern that resonated with the incantations I had been studying. The realization sent a shiver down my spine. I understood that the library was not simply a repository of books. It was a living, breathing entity, and its heart was pulsing in time with the ancient rituals recorded in the diary. In the days that followed, my encounters with these spectral echoes became more frequent and more personal. I would catch glimpses of a figure, a faint, almost translucent silhouette that seemed to drift silently between the shelves. It never spoke, never moved with haste. It simply observed, as if waiting for me to acknowledge its presence. I found myself talking to it in hushed tones, as though by addressing it I might unlock further secrets of the occult. Whether it was a figment of my imagination or a genuine spirit from another realm, I could not be sure. What was clear, however, was that its presence was inextricably linked to the diary and to the mounting energy that now animated every corner of the library. My sleep was plagued by vivid dreams of endless rows of books and shadowy figures, where I wandered as both witness and participant in ceremonies lost to time. In these dreams, I often encountered that same spectral figure, standing silently in the glow of candlelight. It would raise its hand, beckoning me forward into a chamber of mysteries, before vanishing into the darkness. I awoke each morning with an overwhelming sense that I was teetering on the edge of a revelation, a discovery that would either unlock the secrets of the past or shatter the very foundation of my reality. The line between waking life and the spectral realm began to blur, and I found it increasingly difficult to distinguish between what was truly happening and what was a product of my fevered imagination. Late one evening, as the rain subsided to a gentle drizzle, I resolved to confront the spectral presence head-on. With the diary in hand and my heart filled with equal parts dread and determination, I returned to the forgotten room beyond the carved door. The space was even more oppressive than I remembered, the shadows clinging to the corners like dark secrets. I called out softly into the silence, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" My voice trembled, and for a long moment, only the sound of my own echo filled the void. Then, as if in answer to my plea, the temperature in the room dropped sharply. I could see my breath in the pale light of my flashlight. The air seemed to vibrate with a low, resonant hum, a sound that matched the rhythmic tapping I had heard at the window. And then, slowly the spectral figure appeared before me. It was not a full apparition, but rather a shifting, indistinct presence, a shimmer in the corner of my vision that gradually took on a more defined form. I could not see its face clearly, but I sensed that it bore a resemblance to my own features, a faint echo of the person I knew. The figure raised a hand in a gesture that was both beckoning and sorrowful, as if it were trying to communicate something urgent and profound. I stood rooted to the spot, both terrified and mesmerized by the sight. In that moment, the whispers of the diary, the echoes in the stacks, and the uncanny dreams of my nights converged into one single, undeniable truth. The library was not merely haunted by the past. It was a living memorial to an occult legacy that now demanded my attention. For what felt like an eternity, the spectral presence and I existed in a silent communion. I could feel its sorrow, its longing for recognition, and its desperate need to convey a message that transcended time. Though words were not exchanged, I understood that it was an emissary of the forces that had once gathered here, a remnant of rituals that sought to bridge the gap between the known and the unknown. Slowly, as if satisfied that I had received its message, the figure began to fade, dissolving into the darkness until it was no longer visible. I stood there long after it had gone, my mind racing with questions and my heart heavy with a sense of impending destiny. Returning home that night, I carried with me the weight of that encounter. Every step I took in the silent corridors of the library, every creak of an old floorboard, now felt charged with meaning. The echoes in the stacks were no longer random disturbances. They were deliberate signs, pieces of a puzzle that I was now compelled to solve. I resolved to continue my investigations, to let the diary and these spectral manifestations guide me deeper into the occult mysteries of the library. I knew that each discovery would bring me closer to understanding the true nature of the forces at work, and perhaps even to confronting the alternate self that the diary had ominously hinted at. In the weeks that followed, I became both investigator and participant in a slow, deliberate unraveling of secrets. I spent long hours in the reading room, cross-referencing archival documents with the symbols and incantations I had uncovered. I scoured records of past events, searching for any mention of occult practices or unexplained phenomena that might shed light on the spectral disturbances. Each piece of information I found reinforced the notion that the library was a nexus, a point where the mundane world and the realm of occult mysteries converged, and with each discovery, the echoes in the stacks grew louder, as if the building itself were urging me onward. Now, as I write these words, I feel the weight of unseen eyes upon me. The library, with all its hushed corridors and ancient tomes, has transformed into a living testament to secrets that defy time. I am no longer just the keeper of books, but a guardian of a legacy that spans centuries and defies explanation. Every echo, every whisper in the stacks, is a reminder that the past is never truly gone. It lingers, woven into the very fabric of the present, waiting to be acknowledged by those willing to listen. I have come to accept that the spectral disturbances and the uncanny occurrences are not curses, but messages, portents of a destiny that I must embrace, however terrifying it may be. In the quiet moments between the rustle of pages and the creaking of ancient floorboards, I feel that the library speaks to me in a language older than words. It tells me of rituals long abandoned, of souls bound to the earth through acts of desperation and hope, and of a convergence of timelines that challenges the very nature of identity. The echoes in the stacks are a call to remember, a call to honor the forgotten and to confront the mysteries that lie hidden in the shadows. And so, with a mixture of dread and anticipation, I continue my journey, guided by the diary's cryptic script and the spectral whispers that have become my constant companions. I know that there is still much to uncover, that each answer only begets further questions. But in this labyrinth of books and memories, I have found a strange comfort, for it is in the pursuit of the unknown that I feel most alive, most connected to the eternal dance between light and shadow. The library, with its echoing halls and silent testimonies of the past, has shown me that every secret has a voice, and every echo carries the promise of revelation. As I prepare to close another day's chapter in this unfolding saga, I am reminded that I am not alone. The library and its spectral inhabitants, the ghostly echoes that wander the stacks, and the diary that binds my fate to a mysterious legacy, all are threads in a tapestry that spans time itself. With each step I take deeper into the occult heart of this place, I become ever more entwined with its destiny. And though the path ahead is fraught with uncertainty, I am resolved to follow it to its very end, whatever that may hold. Thus, with the soft glow of my desk lamp and the quiet murmur of ancient secrets all around me, I set pen to paper once again. I record these echoes in the stacks not only as evidence of what I have seen, but as a declaration of my commitment to uncover the hidden truths that lie beneath the surface of everyday life. The spectral whispers, the mysterious movements of books, and the recurring presence of a voice from another time all serve as reminders that my journey is far from over. There are more secrets to unearth, more rituals to decipher, and more echoes waiting to be heard in the silent corridors of this ancient sanctuary. I close my journal tonight with a mixture of resolve and trepidation. The diary has shown me a path into a realm where past and present converge, where every echo is a piece of a larger mystery, and where my own identity is intertwined with forces beyond mortal comprehension. I take a deep breath and remind myself that while fear may guide my steps, it will not deter me from the quest for truth. For in the echoing silence of the stacks, I have found not only the remnants of a forgotten past, but also the promise of a destiny that is mine to shape. And so, as the library's ancient clock chimes softly in the distance, marking the passage of another day, I prepare to face whatever comes next. The echoes in the stacks call to me, and I answer with a determined heart and a soul ready to embrace the mysteries that lie ahead. The journey continues, and with each new discovery, I step further into the unknown, a realm where every shadow holds a secret, and every whispered echo brings me closer to the truth. I had always considered the library a repository of quiet knowledge, a refuge of dusty tomes and forgotten lore. Yet as the days wore on since my discovery of the cursed diary and the eerie echoes in the stacks, I found myself compelled to delve deeper into the mysteries that had begun to unravel around me. The diary's pages had hinted at forbidden rituals and occult ceremonies that once graced these halls, and the signs were unmistakable. The library itself seemed imbued with an ancient energy, its very walls concealing secrets of an era when practitioners of the occult mingled with scholars. I resolved that I must uncover the truth behind these rituals of the past, not only to understand the strange occurrences that now haunted my every step, but also to confront the looming dread of a fate forewarned by the diary's cryptic prophecies. My investigation began with a thorough search of the library's historical archives. I spent long hours combing through brittle newspapers, ledger books, and handwritten records dating back over a century. Every scrap of evidence was a potential lead. In one faded report from the 1920s, I discovered mention of a clandestine society that met in secret, its members dedicated to exploring the limits of human perception and the boundaries between life and death. Their rituals, described in vague yet chilling terms, were said to have been performed in a hidden chamber beneath the library. The report, filled with careful accounts of inexplicable lights and unaccountable sounds, struck a resonant chord within me. I recalled the spectral whispers, the errant footsteps, and the uncanny shifting of books that had grown too deliberate to dismiss as mere accidents. As I pieced together the fragments of historical evidence, I began to notice startling similarities between the descriptions in these archival documents and the ritualistic details recorded in the diary. The diary itself was a labyrinth of symbolism, carefully delineated incantations, geometric patterns for candle arrangements, and cryptic notes about the balance between two intertwined destinies. One entry in particular described a ritual meant to bridge the divide between the living and the dead, a ceremony that required an intricate setup, with artifacts arranged in a precise pattern and spoken invocations that echoed the language of ancient myth. I recalled the symbols etched on the diary's cover and the mysterious designs I had found in a hidden compartment behind a neglected shelf. The parallels were too numerous to be coincidental. Driven by this realization, I sought out additional sources of information. I visited the local historical society and interviewed elderly residents who recalled whispers of occult practices in the old part of town. One gentleman, with eyes clouded by time and memories, told me of secret gatherings held on stormy nights when the veil between worlds was believed to be at its thinnest. He described the participants as a motley crew of intellectuals and mystics who had dared to challenge the boundaries of conventional wisdom. Their experiments, he said, were shrouded in mystery and cloaked in ritual, a desperate bid to harness forces beyond mortal comprehension. His words, spoken in a low, measured tone, lent an eerie authenticity to the notion that the library had once been the epicenter of forbidden rites. My research soon took me back into the depths of the library itself. I recalled that small, forgotten room behind the carved door, a room filled with relics and old texts that hinted at occult knowledge. With renewed determination, I revisited the space, this time armed with the archival documents I had gathered. The room, dark and oppressive, seemed to pulse with an unseen energy. I carefully examined each artifact, a set of yellowed pages containing incantations, a battered leather-bound grimoire with annotations in the margins, and a small, intricately carved box that bore symbols identical to those on the diary. Every item was a testament to the rituals of a bygone era, a past where the occult was not relegated to superstition, but was treated as a discipline as rigorous and exacting as any scientific pursuit. I began to reconstruct the ritual described in the diary, determined to understand its mechanics. The ritual called for a specific configuration of candles, arranged in a geometric pattern that resembled a star. The incantations required precise intonation and timing, their syllables carrying an almost musical quality that resonated with the energy of the place. I pored over the texts, comparing the instructions with occult manuals I had previously only read in passing. Slowly, the disparate pieces began to coalesce into a coherent narrative. The ritual was intended to open a doorway, a rift between parallel timelines, or perhaps a channel to an alternate self. The diary hinted that an incomplete performance of the ritual could unleash forces that would tear at the fabric of reality, a fate that now loomed over me as the spectral disturbances intensified. As I meticulously charted out each step of the ritual, a disquieting thought took root in my mind. What if the ritual had been designed not merely to summon or bind spirits, but to reconcile two distinct versions of a soul? The diary had alluded to the existence of an alternate self, a notion that had grown more palpable with every uncanny encounter in the library. The idea that there could exist another version of me, a version that had chosen a different path, one that perhaps embraced the occult rather than shunning it, was both exhilarating and horrifying. The notion of reconciling two divergent destinies, of merging the light and dark aspects of my being, seemed like a theme straight from the pages of an esoteric manuscript. I found myself questioning whether the diary's author had been this alternate self, reaching back through time and space to warn me of the impending convergence of our fates. In a small alcove tucked away behind a row of neglected encyclopedias, I discovered a fragile ledger that contained records of the secret society's meetings. The ledger was written in a careful hand, its entries chronicling not only the dates and places of their gatherings, but also the specific rituals performed. One entry described a ritual of transcendence, where participants claimed to experience visions of a self that was both familiar and profoundly alien. The language was deliberately cryptic, a mixture of symbolic imagery and half-remembered verses. I transcribed these passages with trembling fingers, aware that every word was a clue that might unlock the true nature of the ritual I was seeking to understand. The more I immersed myself in these historical documents, the more the library seemed to transform around me. What was once a benign haven of literature now pulsed with an otherworldly rhythm. I began to notice subtle changes. The way the light shifted in the reading room, the almost imperceptible vibrations in the floorboards, and the occasional murmur of voices that seemed to emanate from the very walls. It was as if the building itself were a living archive, its corridors echoing with the memories of rituals long past. I could sense the lingering residue of energies that had been summoned, of incantations spoken in desperation and hope. Every creak of the ancient structure, every flicker of a candle's flame, became a testament to the legacy of the occult practices that had once been performed here. One evening, determined to gather further evidence, I set up a makeshift workstation in one of the library's more secluded reading rooms. I spread out my notes, the ledger, and a series of photocopies of old newspaper clippings across a large oak table. The soft hum of the building was the only sound that accompanied my work. I cross-referenced dates and symbols, drawing connections between the ledger's entries and the diary's cryptic passages. In the margins of my notebook, I scribbled diagrams that mapped out the geometric patterns described in the ritual instructions. It was during this frenzied compilation of clues that I stumbled upon a revelation. The society had not simply conducted these rituals in isolation, but had embedded them into the very foundation of the library. There were architectural anomalies, hidden compartments, unusual stone carvings, and obscure inscriptions on the walls that corresponded perfectly with the ritual's components. The library, I realized, was not merely a passive backdrop for these events. It was an active participant in the occult ceremonies. That discovery marked a turning point in my investigation. I spent the following days exploring every nook and cranny of the library, armed with a flashlight and a growing determination to unveil its secrets. I found a narrow passage behind a massive bookshelf in the history section, an area that, according to my research, had once served as a meeting place for the secret society. The passage was dark, its walls lined with inscriptions and archaic symbols that sent shivers down my spine. I pressed on, driven by the conviction that I was on the brink of uncovering a truth that spanned both time and destiny. In this hidden passage, I encountered an altar, like structure carved directly into the stone wall. On the altar lay remnants of what appeared to be ritual implements. A tarnished chalice, a set of carefully arranged candles in metal holders, and fragments of parchment bearing incomprehensible markings. The arrangement was unmistakably intentional, mirroring the configuration described in the diary's most detailed account of the ritual. Standing there, in the cold silence of a long, forgotten chamber, I felt an overwhelming connection to the past. I could almost sense the fervor of those who had once gathered here, their hopes and fears intermingling with the ancient stones. I carefully documented every detail, photographing the altar and making detailed sketches of the symbols that adorned the walls. In that moment, I resolved that I must attempt to reconstruct the ritual as it was originally performed. The risk was enormous. The diary had warned that any misstep might unleash forces beyond control. But I could no longer ignore the possibility that performing the ritual correctly might provide the only means to avert the catastrophic destiny that the diary had predicted. It was not a decision I took lightly, but the pull of fate was too strong to resist. In the weeks that followed, I dedicated every spare moment to preparing for the ritual. I gathered the necessary items from the hidden room, the incantation pages, the carved box, and even a few relics that I believed were integral to re-establishing the ancient pattern. I spent long hours in the solitude of the library's reading room, practicing the precise intonations of the incantations and arranging the candles according to the geometric designs I had painstakingly transcribed. Each day, the ritual took on a greater urgency, as if the very act of preparation was fanning the embers of a long, dormant power. As I rehearsed the incantations beneath the muted glow of candlelight, I could feel the weight of history pressing in around me. The ritual was not merely an act of summoning or a symbolic gesture. It was a delicate dance between opposing forces, a fragile attempt to reconcile the dualities of existence. I was beginning to understand that the ritual's true purpose might be to unite the disparate aspects of one's soul. The self that clung to the rational, orderly world and the part that yearned to embrace the chaos of the occult. This realization both terrified and fascinated me, for it meant that the convergence of two timelines, of two versions of myself, might hinge on the success of this ancient ceremony. The nights grew longer and more oppressive as I approached the appointed time for the ritual. The library itself seemed to anticipate the event, its halls filled with an expectant silence and a palpable charge that set my nerves alight. I made a final round of preparations, checking each candle, each symbol, and every whispered incantation. With my heart pounding, I retraced every step I had taken during my investigation, from the archival documents and the whispered recollections of old-timers to the secret chamber in the hidden passage. Every piece of the puzzle had led me inexorably to this moment. On the eve of the ritual, I sat alone in a secluded alcove of the library, my notebook spread before me like a map of destiny. The pages were filled with my frantic scrawlings, diagrams, notes, and sketches of the geometric patterns that were to form the ritual's framework. I felt a mixture of dread and anticipation as I reviewed each detail, wondering if I had missed any crucial element that might tip the balance between success and disaster. The diary's foreboding words echoed in my mind, warning me of the consequences of an incomplete ritual and the danger of unleashing energies that might tear apart the fabric of reality. And yet, despite the risks, I could not turn back. The truth lay just beyond the veil, and I was determined to confront it head-on. With the first light of dawn filtering through the tall, arched windows, I began the final preparations. In the hidden chamber beneath the library, I arranged the relics and lit the candles in the precise configuration dictated by the ancient texts. The air was heavy with incense and the faint, metallic tang of old magic. As I recited the opening incantations in a measured, trembling voice, I felt the space around me begin to vibrate with an energy that was both ancient and alive. The shadows on the walls seemed to dance and merge, and for a fleeting moment, I believed I could see the spectral outlines of figures gathered in silent vigil. The ritual unfolded as a series of deliberate, almost surgical steps. I chanted the incantations, my voice growing stronger with each syllable, while the candles burned steadily in their arranged pattern. The geometric design on the floor, carefully drawn with chalk and ancient symbols, glowed softly in the candlelight, as if awakened by the spoken words. I could sense that I was standing at a crossroads, a point where the past and the present converged, where the energies of bygone rituals intermingled with the life force of the modern world. Each moment of the ceremony was laden with significance, a delicate balancing act between the known and the unfathomable. As the ritual reached its zenith, I felt a sudden surge of energy course through the hidden chamber. The candles' flames flickered wildly, and the inscriptions on the walls seemed to pulse in time with my heartbeats. I stood transfixed as the boundaries between the physical realm and the spectral became ever more tenuous. In that charged instant, I understood that the ritual was not merely an archaic rite. It was a profound act of reconciliation. The incantations I uttered were meant to merge the disparate elements of existence, to bridge the gap between the rational self and the part of me that had long been shrouded in mystery. I could almost feel the presence of another, a silent witness from an alternate timeline, whose fate was inexplicably intertwined with my own. The intensity of the moment was overwhelming. The chamber seemed to contract around me as the energy built to a crescendo. I closed my eyes and let the incantations carry me away, each word resonating with a deep, primordial force. I felt as if I were teetering on the edge of two worlds, a world defined by the logic of daylight and another ruled by the enigmatic language of dreams. The ritual was a conduit, a bridge between these realms, and I was its solitary traveler. When the incantations finally subsided, a profound stillness fell over the chamber. The candles' flame steadied, and the geometric symbols on the floor glowed with a soft, unearthly light. I opened my eyes slowly, feeling both exhilarated and unnerved by what I had experienced. In that quiet aftermath, I sensed that I had accomplished more than simply reconstructing an ancient rite. I had touched a part of my soul that had remained dormant, waiting for this moment of reckoning. The ritual had not only connected me with the occult past of the library, it had also opened a door within me, a door that promised to lead to an understanding of the dualities that defined my very being. Now, as I reflect on the events of those turbulent days, I realize that the journey into the rituals of the past has irrevocably altered my perception of reality. The library, with its secret chambers and cryptic inscriptions, is far more than a repository of literature. It is a living monument to the occult, a place where the threads of history, magic, and fate are interwoven. The diary, the ledger, and the incantation pages were not isolated relics. They were pieces of a larger puzzle, one that spanned generations and defied the conventional boundaries of time. In the quiet aftermath of the ritual, I remain haunted by the lingering presence of the alternate self, a shadow that seems to watch from the periphery of my vision, a silent partner in the unfolding of destiny. The experience of reconstructing the ancient ceremony has awakened in me a profound understanding that the dichotomy between light and darkness, order and chaos, is not a barrier but a continuum. I now know that the true power of the ritual lay not in summoning or banishing forces, but in reconciling the many facets of one's soul. It is a truth that resonates deeply within me as I continue my journey into the unknown. The path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty, yet I feel an undeniable call to press forward. The ritual has revealed that the library's occult legacy is not confined to the past. It is a dynamic, living force that continues to shape the present and perhaps the future. I have resolved to honor the lessons of the ritual by seeking further understanding, by venturing deeper into the mysteries that have begun to define my existence. In the interplay between the tangible and the spectral, I now see a promise of redemption, a promise that by embracing every aspect of who I am, I can forge a path toward reconciling the dualities that have haunted me since the diary first fell into my hands. As I close this chapter of my investigation, I remain acutely aware of the delicate balance between discovery and danger. The ritual of the past, with its intricate symbolism and profound implications, has set me on a course from which there is no turning back. The echoes of ancient incantations continue to reverberate in the quiet corners of the library, and the spectral remnants of those long-ago ceremonies linger in the shadows. I am compelled to continue my quest, driven by the conviction that understanding the occult legacy of this place is the key to unlocking the mysteries of my own destiny. I leave the hidden chamber with a mixture of trepidation and resolve, knowing that the secrets I have unearthed are both a burden and a beacon. The rituals of the past have taught me that the boundaries of reality are fluid, and that the pursuit of forbidden knowledge is an act of both courage and desperation. I step back into the light of day with a renewed determination to decipher the remaining clues left by those who came before me, clues that might one day lead to a complete reconciliation of the fractured self that now haunts my dreams. Every step I take in the library feels charged with purpose and possibility. I have come to understand that the ritual I reconstructed was not a relic of a forgotten age, but a living testament to the enduring interplay between history and fate. As I continue to document my findings, I carry with me the profound realization that the true power of the occult lies not in the summoning of spectral forces, but in the transformative act of self-understanding. The rituals of the past have shown me that the journey to reconcile the dualities within is as ancient as it is timeless. Now, with my notebooks filled with sketches, transcriptions, and observations, I stand on the threshold of a new phase in my quest. The library's walls seem to whisper promises of further revelations, and I am eager to follow those murmurs into the depths of its occult heart. Each discovery is a step closer to understanding not only the ancient rites that have shaped this place, but also the mysterious forces that bind my own destiny to the echoes of a time when magic and reality were one and the same. I have no doubt that the path ahead will be fraught with danger and uncertainty, yet the call of the occult, the promise of reconciling my fragmented self and unlocking the hidden truths of existence, is one that I cannot ignore. With every incantation, every carefully arranged symbol, I edge closer to a revelation that may forever alter the course of my life. The ritual of the past has not only awakened a dormant power within me, but has also set in motion a chain of events that will soon lead to a dramatic convergence of destinies. Thus, as I close my journal for this chapter of my investigation, I do so with a heart both heavy and hopeful. I have glimpsed the secrets of the past, and in doing so, I have laid the groundwork for a future where the boundaries between the self and the spectral, the rational and the mystical, may finally be reconciled. My journey is far from over, and every step I take in the echoing corridors of this ancient sanctuary brings me closer to the truth, both of the rituals of the past and of the destiny that awaits me. A heavy, unyielding darkness had begun to settle over the library, as if the very walls were steeped in a malignant gloom that grew denser with each passing day. I had long considered this sanctuary a place of order and quiet scholarship, yet now the atmosphere was changed, transformed by the invisible hand of something otherworldly. It was as though the library itself had awakened to a forgotten truth, a secret legacy of occult rites and shadowed memories that threatened to envelop all in its grasp. I felt it in every creak of the ancient floorboards, every whisper of wind through the high, arched windows. The gathering darkness was no mere absence of light. It was a palpable force, a presence that pressed against my skin and seeped into my thoughts. At first, the changes were subtle. Books would mysteriously rearrange themselves on the shelves overnight, their positions altered as though guided by an unseen curator. I found myself glancing repeatedly at the rows of leather-bound volumes, half expecting them to animate any moment and offer silent testimony to an age-old ritual. The lights in the reading room began to flicker in rhythm with my heartbeat, casting erratic shadows that danced in time with my growing unease. Each flicker seemed to pulse with an almost sentient quality, as if trying to communicate in a language beyond words. I could not shake the feeling that I was being drawn into a realm where the barrier between reality and the occult was dissolving. The diary I had discovered earlier now took on a more sinister tone. Its entries, once static and unchanging, began to shift and rewrite themselves when I was not looking. In one moment, a page might read as a simple record of forgotten rituals. In the next, it would morph into a dire prophecy, its ink darkening to form warnings of doom if I failed to complete a mysterious ritual. It was as if the diary were alive, a living chronicle that adapted its narrative to mirror the intensifying disturbances around me. One particular entry, written in a trembling hand that I now suspected might not be entirely my own, foretold that my fate was bound to the success of an ancient rite. The words leaped off the page. If the ritual remained incomplete, the darkness would not be contained, and my destiny would be sealed in eternal despair. At first I tried to dismiss these events as the overactive imaginings of a man consumed by isolation and haunted by his own inner conflicts. Yet, as the phenomena multiplied, the rational part of me yielded to the inexorable pull of the occult. I began to document every anomalous occurrence, recording details in a leather-bound journal with a trembling pen. I noted the precise moments when the lights flickered, the temperature dropped, and disembodied whispers seemed to emanate from the very walls of the restricted sections. The recordings revealed a pattern that I could not ignore, a deliberate orchestration of events that suggested the presence of a guiding hand, orchestrating this gathering darkness to serve some cryptic purpose. One evening, after a long day of transcribing observations and cross-referencing diary entries with historical records, I found myself alone in the labyrinthine corridors of the library. The corridors that had once promised solace now felt like the passageways of a haunted mausoleum. My footsteps echoed along the stone floor as I ventured toward a section of the library that had remained closed to the public for years. I felt compelled to enter that forbidden space, driven by the sense that there I would find answers to the dire predictions scrawled in the ever-shifting pages of the diary. With a deep, steadying breath, I pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. Immediately, I was engulfed by a profound chill. The restricted section was dimly lit, with only the weak glow of a single lamp fighting against the pervasive gloom. I could see my breath in the frigid air as I advanced slowly between rows of forgotten texts and crumbling manuscripts. It was in this eerie silence that I first encountered the phantom, a figure that materialized as a vague silhouette at the edge of my vision. I scarcely had time to register its presence before it vanished into the recesses of the darkness, leaving me questioning whether it had been real or simply a trick of my overburdened mind. Yet, deep within me, I knew that I had just brushed against something significant, a specter born of the occult energies that were now suffusing the library. The encounter with that spectral figure plunged me into a state of inner turmoil. A part of me recoiled at the sight of this ghostly visitor, while another part, fueled by a growing determination, sought to understand its significance. I recalled the diary's insinuations of an alternate self, a hidden facet of my being that might be emerging in tandem with these supernatural manifestations. Was it possible that this phantom was not merely an external force, but a reflection of my own inner darkness, an aspect of myself that I had long denied? Such questions tormented me as I navigated the increasingly treacherous corridors of the library. With each subsequent day, the manifestations grew bolder. I began to notice that the spectral figure, though elusive, made its presence known in unexpected ways. On one occasion, as I was perusing a row of antiquated volumes, I caught a glimpse of a shadow in the mirror behind me, a silhouette that moved in perfect unison with my own reflection, yet with an intensity that was unmistakably otherworldly. I could feel my heart pounding as I turned to confront it, but the mirror offered no solace, only a vacant space where the apparition had seemingly dissolved into nothingness. The incident left me shaken and compelled me to intensify my documentation efforts. I recorded every detail in my journal, determined to piece together a coherent narrative from the disjointed clues that the library and the diary were providing. Even as I strove to maintain a semblance of control over my mounting dread, I could not ignore the overwhelming sense that I was teetering on the brink of a profound transformation. The diary's dire prediction haunted my every thought, its warning that if the ritual were not completed, my doom was all but assured. I spent long hours poring over its pages, deciphering the cryptic symbols and archaic language that hinted at a convergence of fate and identity. The ink, dark and shifting, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, urging me to confront the inevitable. I began to wonder whether my reluctance to accept this destiny was simply a product of my own rational mind, or whether it was a natural resistance against forces far greater than I could comprehend. One night, as I sat alone in the restricted section, with only the soft hum of the ancient building for company, I heard something that froze me in place. It began as a low murmur, a susurration that rose and fell like the breath of a sleeping beast. At first, I could not tell whether it came from within the walls or from the depths of my own troubled mind. But as the sound grew louder, it became clear that it was emanating from a particular corner of the room. My pulse quickened as I rose from my seat and moved cautiously toward the source. There, behind a towering shelf laden with dust-covered tomes, I found a narrow gap in the wall. The murmuring was coming from within, a soft, almost pleading cadence that sent shivers down my spine. With a mixture of trepidation and resolve, I knelt before the gap and pressed my ear to the cold stone. The whispering was unintelligible, a language of sighs and half-formed words that defied comprehension. For a moment, I felt as if the voice were calling to me, urging me to unlock a secret that had long been buried beneath layers of time and fear. I hesitated, uncertain whether to heed the call or to flee from the unknown. In that moment of indecision, the diary's pages flickered in my mind. The promise of an alternate self, the warning of impending doom. And I knew that I could not ignore the summons any longer. Reluctantly, I reached into the gap and discovered a hidden latch, one that clicked softly under my touch. A small compartment opened, revealing a collection of yellowed papers, and a locket that glimmered faintly in the low light. The documents were filled with the same cryptic symbols that adorned the diary, and the locket bore an inscription in a script that I recognized from my research into ancient occult languages. As I examined the locket, I felt a jolt of recognition, a fleeting yet undeniable connection to a part of myself that I had long suppressed. The locket seemed to pulse with an inner light, and in its reflection, I could see not only my own face, but also the faint outline of another, as if my alternate self were watching from the shadows of my soul. The realization was both startling and profoundly unsettling. Was it possible that my fate, as outlined in the diary, was not merely a curse to be avoided, but a destiny that demanded the integration of two disparate halves of my identity? The thought was as terrifying as it was compelling, and it sent my mind reeling with possibilities. The discovery marked a turning point in my journey into the gathering darkness. With the locket and the documents in my possession, I felt that I had gained a tangible link to the occult legacy that now enveloped me. I returned to my small study, the locket clutched tightly in my hand, and began to analyze the inscriptions with painstaking care. The text hinted at a ritual, a culmination of all the secret practices recorded in the diary and the archival documents that promised to reconcile the dual aspects of a divided soul. According to the inscriptions, only by uniting these divergent paths could one hope to dispel the darkness that threatened to consume both the individual and the world around them. In the days that followed, the spectral disturbances grew ever more insistent. It was as though the library itself were urging me to act, to complete the ritual before the inevitable forces of chaos overran the delicate balance between light and shadow. I would catch glimpses of the spectral figure at the corners of my vision, its presence both mournful and urgent. At times, the lights in the corridors would dim and then flare with an intensity that matched the rhythm of my own heartbeat, creating an eerie symphony of shadows and light. The diary's pages, once a source of cryptic information, now burned in my mind with a clarity that was impossible to ignore. Every word, every symbol, resonated with the inevitability of fate, urging me onward even as fear threatened to paralyze my resolve. I found myself caught in an inner conflict that pitted reason against instinct. The rational part of me screamed that these phenomena were nothing more than coincidences, the result of my own heightened senses and restless nights. Yet, deep within, a primal voice insisted that the gathering darkness was real, that it was a harbinger of a destiny that I could neither escape nor deny. I began to experience dreams that were as vivid as they were disturbing. Dreams in which I wandered through vast, shadowy corridors lined with flickering candlelight, pursued by a presence that was both familiar and terrifying. In these dreams, I saw the spectral figure reaching out to me, as if pleading for acknowledgement of a truth that lay hidden beneath layers of fear and denial. Each morning, I awoke with a sense of urgency, a desperate need to piece together the fragments of a puzzle that spanned both time and identity. It was during one such dream that the diary revealed its most ominous warning. In the dream, I found myself standing before an immense, ancient mirror, its surface rippling with a dark, undulating mist. As I gazed into it, I saw not only my own reflection, but also that of another, shadowy, distorted figure whose eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. The figure mouthed silent words that I could not quite decipher, yet the meaning was unmistakable. The ritual must be completed, or my doom was sealed. I awoke in a cold sweat, the echo of that spectral warning reverberating in my mind. The sense of impending fate was overwhelming, and I knew that I had reached a precipice beyond which there was no turning back. Over the following weeks, the gathering darkness continued to intensify, its grip tightening around me as the spectral disturbances grew ever bolder. I could feel it in the very air I breathed, a heavy, oppressive force that seemed to sap the color from the world and leave only shadows in its wake. The diary's shifting pages became my constant companion, their cryptic prophecies and warnings merging with my own experiences into a single, relentless narrative. I began to perceive a pattern, a hidden design woven into the fabric of the library's history and my own fate. Every inexplicable sound, every shifting shadow, every spectral figure was a piece of that design, a message urging me to embrace the destiny that was unfolding before me. In one particularly harrowing encounter, I found myself alone in the restricted section once again. The air was thick with a foreboding chill, and the only sound was the measured beating of my own heart. As I moved cautiously between the towering shelves, I became aware of a presence that was neither wholly ethereal nor entirely physical. It was as if the darkness itself had taken on a form, shifting silhouette that loomed behind me, its contours barely discernible yet unmistakably there. I dared not turn, yet I felt its gaze upon me, a silent indictment of my hesitation. In that moment, I realized that the ritual was not a mere abstract concept. It was an imperative, a call to reconcile the divergent parts of my soul before the gathering darkness could consume me entirely. Desperation lent me strength, and I resolved that I would not allow the inevitable doom foretold by the diary to become my fate. I began to prepare for the final phase of the ritual, gathering every scrap of knowledge and every artifact that might aid me in uniting the fractured elements of my being. I studied the shifting inscriptions in the diary, deciphering their hidden meanings with an intensity born of both fear and determination. I recalled the locket and the documents discovered in the hidden compartment, and I realized that they were not isolated relics, but integral parts of the ritual's framework. They held the key to unlocking the dormant forces within me, to merging the light and the darkness into a unified whole. As I set about preparing for that final act of reconciliation, the gathering darkness seemed to press in with an urgency that left no room for doubt. The spectral disturbances escalated in frequency and intensity, until every corner of the library pulsed with a palpable, otherworldly energy. It was as though the building itself were alive with the restless spirits of a forgotten past, all converging toward a singular point in time, the moment when my destiny would be decided. I knew that I stood on the threshold of something momentous, a final confrontation between the forces of order and chaos, reason and instinct. My inner turmoil reached its zenith as I prepared to step into that maelstrom, to embrace the dark unknown in the hope of emerging whole. In the quiet hours before dawn, I gathered the ritual components and retreated to the hidden chamber that had once served as the sanctum for the secret society's rites. The chamber was cold and shadowed, lit only by the wavering light of a few carefully arranged candles. I arranged the artifacts, the locket, the incantation pages, and the documents, exactly as prescribed by the inscriptions, every item placed with deliberate care. I recited the incantations once more, my voice resonating against the ancient stone walls as I invoked the latent powers of the occult. The air vibrated with the intensity of 1,000 unspoken prayers, and in that charged silence, I felt the merging of two worlds, the rational, ordered self and the mysterious, untamed force that had long lain dormant within me. As the final words of the incantation left my lips, the room seemed to shudder with the weight of destiny. The candles' flames danced wildly, their light flickering to reveal fleeting images in the corners of my vision. A spectral figure reaching out, a shadow that moved in perfect unison with my heartbeat. I felt the presence of my alternate self, a counterpart who had embraced the darkness rather than fighting it. In that moment of transcendent clarity, I understood that the ritual was not simply an act of summoning, but a profound communion with every aspect of who I was meant to be. The diary's dire warnings, the spectral manifestations, and the gathering darkness itself converged into one overwhelming truth. My destiny was inextricably linked to the successful completion of this rite. Now, as I stand amid the gathering darkness, the boundary between reality and the occult forever blurred, I realize that I have been irrevocably transformed. The spectral disturbances have become both my adversary and my guide, urging me to reconcile the light and the dark within me. The diary continues to rewrite its cryptic prophecies in real time, its pages a mirror reflecting the tumult of my soul. I have no choice but to complete the ritual, to embrace the duality that defines me, and to allow the gathering darkness to serve not as a harbinger of doom, but as the crucible in which my true self is forged. Every moment of these past weeks has led inexorably to this point, a final, decisive act that will either shatter the darkness or let it consume me entirely. With a deep, resolute breath, I step forward into the unknown, guided by the spectral echoes of a destiny written long ago. I am prepared now to face the merging of worlds, to reconcile the divergent parts of my soul, and to meet the fate that the diary has so ominously foretold. In this crucible of darkness, I find both terror and hope entwined, a promise that even the deepest shadow may give birth to light. I will press onward into the gathering darkness, with every step echoing the rhythm of my heartbeat and every word of the incantation binding me closer to my true self. The library, with all its haunted corridors and whispering tomes, stands as the silent witness to my transformation. And as the spectral figure flickers in and out of sight, as the diary's ever-changing script pulses with an urgency that mirrors my own, I know that I must complete this ritual. For in doing so, I may not only salvage my own destiny but also awaken the hidden potential that lies in the union of my divided self. I now embrace the darkness, not as an enemy to be vanquished, but as a vital part of the tapestry of my existence, a necessary contrast to the light that has always guided my reason. And so, with trembling resolve and a heart both heavy and hopeful, I step fully into the gathering darkness, ready to reconcile every fragment of my being into a single, indivisible whole. I have spent countless sleepless nights poring over the diary and the ancient documents I had gathered from the hidden recesses of the library. In those moments of solitude, I felt the weight of destiny pressing upon me, as if each faded ink stroke on brittle parchment carried the burden of centuries. I could no longer ignore the sense that my life, and the fate of the library itself, rested on the precipice of an impending catastrophe foretold by the diary. It was then that the prophecy began to unfold before my eyes, a series of revelations that would change everything I thought I knew about the occult, fate, and even my own identity. It began subtly. The diary, which until recently had appeared as a curious record of forbidden rituals and shadowed confessions, suddenly transformed into a living document. Its pages, which once seemed fixed in time, now shimmered with a restless energy. I discovered a new entry scrawled in a trembling hand, one that described a fate eerily personal and chilling in its clarity. The entry warned of a doom that would befall its reader should the ancient ritual remain incomplete, a doom that seemed to be creeping ever closer as spectral disturbances grew more frequent and violent around me. The words spoke of a dual destiny, one where an alternate self, long hidden in the depths of possibility, would emerge as both savior and harbinger of ruin. In those early hours of realization, I could feel a cold dread settle in my bones. I had always prided myself on my rationality, my reliance on facts and evidence, yet, as I reread the prophecy, I sensed that logic had little place in the unfolding drama. It was as though I had been chosen to witness a cosmic convergence, a collision of fates that defied the boundaries of time and space. Each new line in the diary confirmed what I had begun to suspect, that my destiny was not solely my own, but was intertwined with a mysterious counterpart, a version of me that had taken a divergent path in some alternate timeline. The prophecy hinted that the reconciliation of these two selves was the key to averting a calamity that would engulf not only my life, but also the very structure of reality around me. Driven by a mixture of dread and determination, I devoted myself to deciphering every nuance of the prophecy. I reviewed every entry in the diary, cross-referencing its cryptic symbols and allegories with the historical accounts I had uncovered from the local archives and the hidden ledgers of the secret society. Late one evening, as I sat in the dim glow of a single lamp in my cramped study, I began to piece together the prophecy's intricate tapestry. The text described an imminent convergence, a moment when the forces of the occult would align and force a choice upon me to complete the ancient ritual and merge the divergent paths of my soul, or to reject it and thereby unleash a darkness that would spiral out of control. I recall the exact moment of clarity as if it were etched in my memory. I was tracing the faded lines of an illustration in the diary, an elaborate diagram that depicted two interlocking spirals. One spiral was inscribed with symbols of light and renewal. The other, dark and foreboding, bore marks of decay and ruin. As my fingers traced the interlocking curves, I felt a surge of inexplicable energy ripple through me, a surge that left me breathless and trembling with both fear and wonder. In that instant, the prophecy revealed itself in full, the words burning themselves into my mind. Only through the union of what was split shall the shadow be dispelled, and the future be unbound. I knew then that I stood at the crossroads of fate, with the choice to reconcile the fractured fragments of my being, or to let the darkness consume me. The revelation ignited in me a series of questions that churned like a maelstrom in my thoughts. Who was this alternate self, this specter of possibility, that seemed to share my likeness yet embodied everything I feared? Had I been living half a life, denying the aspects of myself that were drawn to the occult and the mysteries of the unseen world? The diary's prophecy insinuated that the answer lay hidden in the very rituals and symbols that had haunted my every step since that fateful day. Determined to unearth the truth, I began to revisit every corner of the library where I had sensed the uncanny presence. The silent corridors where books seemed to rearrange themselves, the restricted section where whispers echoed in the dark, and the secret chamber where I had performed the preliminary rites. Each location held fragments of a story that stretched back to a time when the boundaries between the physical and the spectral were porous and fluid. In one such forgotten corner of the library, I discovered an inscription etched into a weathered stone wall. The inscription, barely legible, recounted the tale of an ancient practitioner of the occult who had attempted to merge the light and dark aspects of his soul. His fate, as recorded in cryptic verses, bore a striking resemblance to the prophecy unfolding in the diary. I spent hours deciphering the archaic script, using every resource at my disposal, from ancient dictionaries of esoteric language to the digital archives of forgotten manuscripts. The translation was as haunting as it was precise. In the hour when twilight meets dawn, the twin souls shall converge. The one who embraces both shadow and radiance shall break the curse of unfulfilled destiny. And in the melding of opposites, the future shall be reborn. Each word struck me with a mixture of awe and terror, confirming that the prophecy was not a mere allegory, but a call to action, a call that resonated with the deepest parts of my being. As I immersed myself further in the prophecy's implications, the spectral disturbances around the library intensified. The air grew colder, the lights flickered more violently, and I began to perceive the distinct outline of a figure trailing behind me, mirroring my every move with uncanny precision. At times, I caught fleeting glimpses of a face in the reflective surfaces of antique mirrors, a face that looked disturbingly similar to my own, yet shrouded in an otherworldly pallor. The sensation was as if I were being constantly observed by an alternate version of myself, one that existed in the interstices of reality and nightmare. This realization was both horrifying and liberating. It forced me to confront the possibility that I had long repressed parts of my identity, parts that were now demanding recognition in order to fulfill the prophecy. One rainy evening, as thunder rumbled in the distance and the storm battered the stained glass windows of the library, I found myself drawn to a secluded alcove where I had once discovered a set of yellowed letters. The letters, written in a delicate hand that I now suspected belonged to my alternate self, contained warnings and instructions that complemented the diary's evolving narrative. I read them with a mixture of trepidation and fascination. The letters spoke of a convergence, a critical moment when the barriers between worlds would falter, and the true nature of one's soul would be revealed. They urged the recipient to embrace every facet of his identity, to accept the light and the shadow as essential parts of the whole. In one particularly poignant passage, the writer confessed, "I have long hidden the darkness within me, fearing it would corrupt my very essence. Yet now, as fate beckons, I must merge with that which I have denied, for only in union can we defy the doom that awaits." The emotional resonance of those words sent shivers down my spine and confirmed that the prophecy was not merely an abstract concept. It was a personal mandate, a destiny that I was compelled to fulfill. The more I delved into the prophecy, the more I felt an undeniable pull toward the ritual that I had painstakingly reconstructed in earlier days. Every symbol, every incantation, and every artifact now assumed a heightened significance. I realized that the ritual was not simply a means of summoning spectral forces or opening a gateway between dimensions. It was the mechanism by which I would finally reconcile the divergent threads of my identity. The diary's prophecy had foretold that only through the completion of the ritual could the dual nature of my soul be united. And with that union, the darkness that threatened to engulf me would be dispelled. The urgency of the situation became inescapable. The spectral disturbances escalated to a fever pitch, and I could sense the impending climax of events, as if the very fabric of time were straining under the weight of the prophecy. In the days that followed, I immersed myself in preparations for the final phase of the ritual. I reviewed my notes, rechecked every detail of the geometric diagrams and incantation sequences, and ensured that every component was perfectly aligned. The library itself seemed to conspire with my endeavors. The ancient tomes and whispered voices of the past lent their silent support, and even the temperature in the reading room dropped in deference to the solemnity of the moment. Every element, the locket, the incantation pages, the carved symbols, was charged with a potent energy that spoke of destiny and consequence. I set about arranging them with meticulous care in the hidden chamber where I had previously performed my preliminary rites. The chamber, already steeped in the residual power of ancient ceremonies, now pulsed with an almost tangible anticipation, as if it recognized that the prophecy was about to be fulfilled. That night, as I prepared to initiate the final phase of the ritual, I could feel my heart hammering in my chest like the drumbeat of a war march. The diary lay open before me on a time-worn desk, its pages aglow with a faint, otherworldly luminescence that seemed to emanate from within. I took a deep breath and began to recite the incantations in a steady, measured tone, my voice echoing off the cold stone walls. With every word I uttered, I felt as though I were reaching out across time to touch the very essence of my alternate self, the hidden half of my soul that had long been buried in the shadows. The words of the prophecy resonated in my mind. In the melding of opposites, the future is born. It was a refrain that now took on a profound significance, urging me to embrace both the light and the darkness, to surrender to the inexorable flow of fate. As I continued the incantation, a surge of energy enveloped the chamber. The candles flickered violently, casting wild, dancing shadows that seemed to form shapes of familiar faces and long, forgotten visages. I felt the presence of another, as if the air itself had become infused with a spectral doppelganger. At times, I swore I could see a faint outline of a figure standing in the periphery, a figure that looked strikingly like me, yet emanated an aura of both melancholy and defiance. My voice grew stronger as I pushed through the rising tide of emotion and fear, each syllable carrying the weight of destiny. The words of the prophecy rang in my ears, melding with the rhythmic beat of my heart, until it felt as though I were chanting not only for my own salvation, but for the redemption of a soul split in twain. For what seemed like an eternity, the ritual and the prophecy intertwined in a dizzying symphony of sound and light. I felt the boundaries between my inner world and the spectral realm dissolve as the chamber vibrated with the raw power of fate. In that suspended moment, I understood that the prophecy was not a harbinger of doom, but a call to embrace the totality of my existence. The alternate self I had feared was not an enemy, but a part of me, a shadow self that, when integrated with the light, could forge a new path forward. The revelation was as liberating as it was terrifying. I realized that the fulfillment of the prophecy depended on my willingness to accept and merge with that hidden facet of my identity, thereby reuniting the fractured elements of my soul. The final words of the incantation hung in the air, and for a brief, breathtaking moment, time itself seemed to pause. The candle's flame steadied, the spectral figure coalesced into a more defined presence, and the diary's shifting script settled into an unmistakable pronouncement. The prophecy unfolds in the union of two souls, and the darkness shall yield to the light of reconciliation. In that silent, charged instant, I felt the unmistakable certainty that the moment of convergence had arrived. I had stood at the crossroads of destiny long enough, and now the culmination of all my struggles, all my doubts, and all my hopes was upon me. In the aftermath of that climactic moment, as the spectral energy slowly dissipated and the chamber returned to a calm, almost eerie silence, I sank to my knees in exhaustion and awe. The diary, the ancient inscriptions, and the echoes of the prophecy all affirmed that I had been chosen to fulfill a destiny that transcended the ordinary boundaries of life and death. I realized that the prophecy was not a curse, but a profound opportunity to reconcile the light and darkness within me, to merge my past with my potential, and thereby shape a future that honored every facet of my being. As I sat there, heart still pounding, I allowed myself to reflect on the journey that had led me to that fateful night. Every step, from the discovery of the diary in a forgotten archive to the spectral whispers in the stacks, from the meticulous reconstruction of ancient rituals to the gathering darkness that culminated in the prophecy's revelation, had been part of a vast, intricate design. Each moment, each sign, had been a call to awaken the dormant powers within me and to confront the truths I had long tried to deny. I understood now that the prophecy was a mirror reflecting not only a potential doom, but also a promise of rebirth, a chance to rise above the limitations of a fragmented self and to embrace the totality of my existence. In the days that followed, as I emerged from the hidden chamber and returned to the quiet corridors of the library, I carried with me the profound knowledge of what had transpired. The spectral disturbances continued intermittently, as if in gentle reminder of the night when fate had revealed its true nature. I found solace in the understanding that my destiny was now a living, unfolding story, a story in which the merging of two souls would lead to the restoration of balance between the light and the dark. The diary, which had once been a cryptic record of lost rituals and foreboding warnings, had become the guiding script of my future, a script that I now had the power to shape through the union of my divided self. In time, I began to notice subtle changes in both the library and within myself. The oppressive atmosphere that had once weighed heavily on every corridor seemed to lighten ever so slightly, as if the fulfillment of the prophecy had begun to ease the ancient burden of the occult past. The spectral figure, which had haunted my peripheral vision with its silent vigil, now appeared less as a harbinger of doom and more as a companion on my journey, a silent guardian of the newfound unity that was blossoming within me. I started to engage more openly with the hidden mysteries of the library, no longer as a solitary seeker burdened by dread, but as a man who had embraced the totality of his fate. Every day, I continued my investigations with a renewed sense of purpose. I revisited the archival records, deciphered further inscriptions on the walls of the hidden chambers, and even began to experiment with the incantations in an effort to refine the ritual. I documented my progress meticulously, not only in the hope of understanding the mechanics of the ancient rites, but also as a testament to the transformation that was taking place within me. The prophecy had unfolded not as a singular, cataclysmic event, but as a gradual process of integration, a slow, inexorable merging of two once divergent souls into a harmonious whole. Now, as I write these words with a steady hand and a heart that has learned to embrace both light and shadow, I know that the prophecy has indeed unfolded. I stand at the threshold of a new beginning that honors every part of my being, from the rational scholar to the occult wanderer, from the bright spark of hope to the lingering darkness of unacknowledged fears. The journey is far from over, and the library continues to whisper its secrets in the silence of every turning page and every creaking shelf. But I have learned to listen, to accept that my destiny is not written in stone, but is a fluid tapestry woven from the threads of both past and future. The prophecy that once foretold doom now speaks of rebirth and reconciliation. In merging with my alternate self, I have discovered that the darkness need not be an enemy to be vanquished, but rather a vital element of the light. A counterbalance that, when embraced, can lead to a future more profound than I ever imagined. The diary, with its evolving narrative and living script, remains my constant companion, a reminder that fate is not static, but is an ever-changing journey toward wholeness. As the days turn to weeks and the weeks to months, I remain vigilant in my quest to honor the prophecy and to further explore the mysteries that have been awakened within me. I walk the halls of the library with quiet confidence, my every step a testament to the power of reconciliation, and my eyes open to the subtle signs that the future holds promise, even amid the lingering echoes of the occult. I now understand that the prophecy unfolds in layers, each revelation building upon the last until the full, radiant picture of my destiny is revealed. And so, with a heart at peace and a soul that has finally embraced every aspect of its being, I step forward into the light of a new day. The prophecy, once a dark omen, has become a beacon guiding me toward a future where the duality of existence is celebrated rather than feared. I have chosen to complete the ancient ritual, to merge my divided self, and in doing so, to forge a destiny that is as rich and complex as the history of the library itself. I now carry the legacy of the prophecy not as a burden, but as a profound gift, a gift that empowers me to shape my future and to illuminate the shadows of the past. In the quiet of the library's sacred halls, I see the promise of reconciliation shining like a distant star, and I know that my journey is one of endless discovery, of perpetual transformation. The prophecy unfolds with every breath I take, every page I turn, and every incantation I recite. And as I continue to write my own story, I remain forever grateful for the mysterious forces that have guided me to this moment of unification and rebirth. I had always believed that time was a linear progression, a steady, unyielding march from past to present to future. Yet, as I delved deeper into the occult mysteries bound within the diary and the labyrinthine corridors of the library, a startling possibility began to take shape in my mind. The existence of alternate timelines. The notion that my life, with all its quiet routines and hidden longings, might have branched off into another reality was both exhilarating and terrifying. I could no longer ignore the evidence that had gradually accumulated, hints scattered like fragments of an ancient mosaic that, when pieced together, depicted a rift in time, a tear through which another version of myself might be reaching out. It began with obscure references in the diary. Early entries mentioned rituals designed to bridge the chasm between worlds and reconcile the divided self. At the time, I dismissed these passages as the fevered imaginings of a desperate soul steeped in occult lore. But as spectral disturbances increased in frequency and intensity, books that moved of their own accord, sudden gusts of wind in sealed corridors, and the persistent feeling of a presence following me, I began to suspect that the diary was hinting at something much larger than a mere haunted history. The diary's language grew ambiguous, shifting between forewarnings of doom and gentle urgings toward reconciliation. I started to wonder if these dualities might reflect not only the nature of occult forces, but also a more personal truth, that I was not the sole heir to my fate. Driven by a growing need to understand, I scoured the library's neglected archives for for any mention of temporal anomalies or parallel existences. In a dusty ledger tucked away behind a shelf of forgotten manuscripts, I uncovered accounts of individuals who claimed to have experienced visions of themselves in other times, a phenomenon described in cryptic, nearly poetic language. One entry, written in an archaic hand, spoke of the rift of time where twin souls converge, one dark and one light, bound together by fate's unyielding thread. The passage resonated with me, stirring memories of my own dreams in which I had seen a vague, spectral silhouette mirroring my every move. Slowly, the possibility began to crystallize it. The diary's author might not have been some nameless occultist, but rather an alternate version of myself. A self who had embraced the dark arts, who had taken a divergent path at some crucial juncture in my life. This revelation forced me into a period of intense self-reflection. Late at night, when the library was silent except for the rustle of pages and the whisper of a draft, I would sit alone amid the stacks and question everything I thought I knew about identity and destiny. Was it possible that at a critical moment, a choice made or not made, my life had split into two? I recalled a time from my youth when I had faced a crossroads, a moment of indecision about pursuing a path of pragmatic scholarship or venturing into the mysterious realms of the unknown. The memory, long buried beneath layers of routine and responsibility, suddenly surfaced with a new significance. Had I unconsciously rejected a part of myself that was meant to explore the occult? And if so, did that forsaken self now exist somewhere, living a parallel life, trying desperately to bridge the gap between our destinies? The library, it seemed, was more than a building filled with books. It was a living monument to the convergence of timelines. Every creak of its ancient floorboards and every whisper of wind through its narrow windows carried with it echoes of possibilities not yet realized. One evening, as I wandered through a secluded corridor lined with tall, imposing bookcases, I caught sight of a reflection in a long abandoned mirror. For a fleeting moment, the glass revealed not only my own face, but also a shadowy figure standing behind me. The figure was almost identical in build and features, yet its eyes held a depth of sorrow and defiance that sent a chill down my spine. I turned sharply, heart pounding, but the corridor behind me was empty. I stood frozen, my breath caught in my throat as I struggled to reconcile the vision with my understanding of reality. Was it a trick of the light, or had I glimpsed the alternate self spoken of in the diary? Compelled to seek answers, I began to experiment with the occult texts that I had uncovered during my investigations. I spent hours poring over ancient treatises on parallel worlds and theories of time that defied the conventional laws of physics. One such manuscript, its pages brittle with age, described a phenomenon known as the temporal rift, a point at which the boundaries between different realities became thin, allowing fragments of alternate lives to bleed through. The text claimed that such rifts were not permanent but episodic, manifesting during moments of heightened emotion or significant choice. As I read, I felt an eerie kinship with the long-departed author, as if his words were speaking directly to my inner turmoil. The manuscript suggested that the rift could be influenced by ritual, that one might harness its power to reconcile divergent timelines. The idea was both seductive and dangerous, a way to merge with the self I had long denied, to reunite the fractured aspects of my identity. Determined to test this theory, I returned to the diary and reread every passage that alluded to duality and convergence. The diary's narrative had shifted over time, as though it were adapting to the unfolding events. Some entries appeared as straightforward confessions of occult practice, while others seemed to offer guidance on merging two disparate paths. One particular passage caught my eye. In a trembling scrawl, the author wrote, "In the rift of time, I see the reflection of my unchosen fate, a mirror image that calls me to reconcile what has been split. Only in uniting these halves can I escape the doom that binds us." Those words struck a deep chord within me. I realized that my own nightmares, the spectral reflections I had seen, might be the manifestation of that alternate self reaching out. The diary was no longer a static record of past transgressions. It was a dynamic conversation between two versions of me, urging reconciliation before the rift widened and chaos ensued. With this newfound understanding, I began to set in motion a plan to explore the temporal rift more directly. I returned to the hidden chamber beneath the library, the same secret room where I had previously performed my preliminary rituals and gathered occult artifacts. The chamber was cold and silent, its stone walls inscribed with symbols that pulsed faintly in the dim candlelight. I arranged the relics with utmost care, the incantation pages, the carved box, the locket with its inscrutable inscription. All of these items, I believed, held the key to accessing the rift. I cleared my mind and focused on the possibility that, by invoking the energies described in the ancient texts, I could create a bridge to the alternate timeline. I began to recite the incantations, my voice echoing softly off the stone walls, each word reverberating with the promise of discovery and danger. As I chanted, the air around me seemed to shimmer and vibrate, and I felt an almost imperceptible pull, a gentle tug at the edges of my consciousness. The symbols on the walls glowed with an ethereal light, and for a moment, I sensed that the boundaries of time were dissolving before my eyes. I opened my eyes slowly, and the chamber took on a surreal quality, as if I were no longer confined to a single moment in time. In the reflective surface of a darkened window, I saw my face, but behind it hovered a spectral overlay, the visage of a man who looked strikingly like me yet bore the marks of a different life. His eyes were deep and knowing, filled with both regret and hope, and for a heartbeat, I felt an overwhelming urge to step forward and embrace him. But caution held me back, and I allowed the vision to fade as the incantation reached its final note. That moment was a turning point. The evidence was irrefutable. The diary's author was indeed an alternate version of myself, a self that had ventured down a different path, one that embraced the occult, that sought to harness the energies of the temporal rift rather than deny them. The realization was both liberating and terrifying. I had spent so long denying the existence of that darker, more enigmatic side of me that it had become a stranger, a ghost lurking at the periphery of my life. Now, as I stood in the silent chamber, I understood that the time had come to confront that estranged self. Only by merging with this alternate version of me could I hope to stabilize the rift and avert the looming catastrophe that the diary had warned of. Over the following days, I devoted myself entirely to this quest for reconciliation. I meticulously reviewed every piece of evidence, the archival records, the spectral reflections in the mirrors of the library, the evolving inscriptions in the diary. I even began to notice subtle changes in my own behavior, a newfound openness to the strange, to the inexplicable. Where once I had clung to rigid rationality, I now allowed myself to entertain the possibility that I was not a singular, isolated being, but rather a composite of divergent paths, each equally real and significant. I took long walks through the library's silent halls, letting my thoughts wander as I pondered the choices that had led me to this moment. In the quiet solitude of the reading room, I would close my eyes and imagine meeting my alternate self, envisioning the merging of our souls as two halves of a whole coming together in perfect harmony. One night, as a storm raged outside and rain battered the ancient stone of the library, I felt a powerful compulsion to return to the hidden chamber. The air was electric with anticipation, and the very atmosphere seemed to hum with the energy of converging destinies. I gathered the relics once more and, with a heart pounding like a war drum, stepped into the chamber. The familiar symbols glowed with an even greater intensity than before, and the incantation pages seemed to vibrate with a life of their own. I sat in the center of the chamber, closed my eyes, and recited the ritual incantations with a fervor that surprised even me. The words flowed from my lips in a steady, measured cadence, each syllable an invocation to the forces that bound the two halves of my soul. In that charged atmosphere, I sensed a shift, a subtle, almost imperceptible change in the energy that filled the room. The shadows seemed to dance more rapidly, and a soft, luminescent glow began to emanate from the carved symbols on the walls. Then, in a moment that defied explanation, I felt a presence beside me. I opened my eyes and saw, for a brief, suspended second, the unmistakable outline of a man standing in the dim light. A man who looked exactly like me. Our eyes met, and in that silent exchange, I felt a torrent of emotions: recognition, sorrow, longing, and an indescribable hope. It was as if the very essence of my alternate self had reached across the divide, seeking to merge with the person I had become. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. I rose from the stone floor and moved toward the spectral figure, each step heavy with the gravity of the moment. The air between us shimmered with a translucent light, and I could see the faintest details of his face, an expression that mirrored my own inner conflicts, etched with lines of both regret and determination. In that suspended instant, I knew that this was the culmination of everything the diary, the occult texts, and the whispered legends had led me to. The rift of time had opened, and within it lay the possibility of reconciliation, a merging of my two divergent selves that could heal the fractures of my soul and stabilize the forces threatening to tear apart the fabric of my reality. I extended my hand hesitantly, as if uncertain whether the spectral presence was tangible enough to grasp. For a long, breathless moment, we simply stared at one another, two halves of a whole separated by the fragile barrier of time and circumstance. Then, as if drawn by an irresistible magnetism, our hands moved closer. My fingers brushed against what felt like cool, ethereal skin, a touch that sent a surge of energy through my entire being. In that contact, I experienced a cascade of memories that were not my own glimpses of a life lived in shadow, of choices made in secret, of sacrifices rendered in the name of arcane knowledge. These images, both foreign and achingly familiar, flooded my mind and blurred the lines between past and present. The connection deepened as I allowed myself to accept the reality before me. I whispered words of welcome and understanding, promising to honor the journey that had led both of us to this pivotal moment. The spectral figure, my alternate self, nodded imperceptibly, his form beginning to solidify as if drawn into the light of my acceptance. In that transformative instant, I felt the rift in time begin to close, not with violence or resistance, but with a gentle merging of two realities long separated by choice and circumstance. I realized then that the completion of the ritual did not lie in banishing the darkness, but in embracing it. The very darkness that had once filled me with dread was now, paradoxically, the key to unlocking a deeper, more profound truth about who I was meant to be. As the merging progressed, the hidden chamber filled with a radiant glow that transcended the ordinary. The symbols on the walls pulsed in time with our hearts, and the air itself seemed to hum with a harmonious resonance. I felt my entire being expand, as if the boundaries of myself were dissolving into a singular, unified force. The diary's cryptic warnings and prophecies, which had once filled me with apprehension, now rang clear in my mind. Only in the union of divided souls can the shadow be dispelled and the future be unbound. In that moment, I understood that the alternate self I had long feared was not a harbinger of doom, but a vital aspect of my identity, a missing piece that, once reunited, would allow me to embrace a destiny that was richer, more complete, and infinitely more mysterious than I had ever imagined. The spectral presence and I remained locked in that timeless communion until, gradually, the merging reached its zenith. I felt an overwhelming sense of wholeness, a completeness that radiated from the very core of my being. The division that had once split my existence into two separate paths was mended, and in its place emerged a new, integrated self. I could feel the energies of the alternate timeline seeping into my consciousness, filling the gaps where uncertainty and regret had once resided. In that crucible of transformation, the rift in time sealed itself, leaving behind a profound stillness that was as comforting as it was surreal. When at last the glow receded and the chamber returned to its quiet, shadowed state, I found myself trembling, not from fear, but from the overwhelming realization that I had become something new. The merging had not erased the past or the dark chapters of my former life. Rather, it had woven them into a tapestry of resilience, wisdom, and possibility. I felt a deep, abiding connection to the library and to the ancient secrets that had guided me here. The diary's living script, once a source of cryptic forewarnings, now seemed to celebrate the unity that had been achieved. It spoke in soft, shifting letters of balance and destiny, urging me onward into a future where the boundaries of time were fluid and every moment held the promise of renewal. In the weeks that followed, I moved through the library with a new sense of purpose and clarity. The spectral disturbances, though still present in subtle forms, no longer filled me with dread. Instead, they served as gentle reminders of the journey I had undertaken, a journey that led me to reconcile not only the external forces of the occult, but also the deepest recesses of my own divided soul. I continued my research, now with an openness to the strange and the mysterious that had once terrified me. Every book, every inscription, every whispered echo in the corridors took on new meaning as I embraced the fluidity of time and the possibility of multiple destinies converging into one. I found that the integration of my alternate self had endowed me with an intuition and insight that I had never known before. I began to notice subtle patterns in the way the library responded to my presence. The shifting of shadows, the rhythmic pulsation of ancient symbols, and even the gentle cadence of the wind outside seemed to acknowledge a deeper harmony. It was as if the very fabric of reality had been altered by the merging, opening up new pathways of understanding and connection that transcended conventional wisdom. I carried the locket and the incantation pages with me, not as relics of a dark past, but as cherished tokens of a profound transformation. Now, as I sit at my desk in the quiet hours of early morning and record these reflections, I feel an abiding peace, a certainty that the rift of time has not torn my life asunder, but has enriched it in ways I am only beginning to comprehend. I have learned that fate is not a rigid, predetermined path, but a dynamic interplay of choices, chance, and the mysterious forces that lie beyond the limits of human understanding. My journey into the rift of time has taught me that the past and the future are interwoven strands in the tapestry of existence, each influencing the other in subtle, inexorable ways. The diary remains my constant companion, a living document that continues to evolve, its pages a testament to the power of reconciliation and the promise of transformation. I now understand that the merging of my two selves is not a final destination but an ongoing process, one that will shape my destiny in ways both wondrous and unpredictable. With every passing day, I sense that the boundaries between what is real and what is possible grow ever more porous, inviting me to explore the hidden recesses of time and identity with curiosity and courage. I step forward into each new day with a heart full of gratitude for the journey that has brought me to this point. A journey marked by mystery, transformation, and the gentle, persistent call of destiny. The rift of time, once a chasm of uncertainty and fear, has become a bridge, a means by which I may continue to grow, learn, and embrace every facet of who I am. And so, with unwavering resolve and a spirit now fully integrated, I move onward, ready to meet whatever wonders and challenges the future may hold. I have always believed that every mystery hides a pattern, a secret design waiting to be unraveled by those brave enough to look. For years, I had roamed the library's labyrinthine halls, piecing together clues from a myriad of forgotten texts and whispered legends. But it was not until I discovered the cursed diary that I began to see the hidden architecture behind the occult forces that haunted these hallowed shelves. The diary spoke in cryptic verses and shifting narratives, hinting at a ritual of such precision that it transcended time and space. I came to realize that this ancient rite was not merely a record of past transgressions, but a blueprint, a meticulously drawn plan for reconciling the disparate threads of fate that had been woven into my life. Thus, I resolved that I must reconstruct the ritual in its entirety, for it promised not only the key to unraveling the mystery of the spectral disturbances, but also the potential to unite my divided self. My journey toward deciphering the ritual's blueprint began in earnest on a cold autumn morning. The library, usually a bastion of quiet order, seemed to pulse with an urgent, almost sentient energy. The whispers in the stacks, the errant flickering of lights, and the sensation of unseen eyes tracking my every movement all conspire to make the day feel like the calm before a storm. I sat at my desk with the diary spread open before me, its yellowed pages filled with cryptic instructions and symbolic diagrams. The ink, though faded by time, possessed a force that rendered its words nearly tangible. I traced my finger along one of the intricate geometric patterns described in the text, a design that resembled interlocking circles and spirals, overlaid with occult symbols that I had only encountered in the most obscure grimoires. The diary described in painstaking detail the precise arrangement of candles, relics, and incantation pages required to perform the ritual. Every element had its place, every word its precise intonation. It became clear that the ritual was meant to serve as a conduit between two realms, a bridge to reconcile not only the occult energies lingering in the library, but also the fragmented parts of my identity, the divergent paths that had long split my destiny. The text warned that any deviation from the prescribed sequence would result in catastrophic failure, unleashing destructive forces that might tear apart the delicate fabric of reality. I knew then that every step, every gesture, would have to be executed with meticulous care. I began by gathering the necessary components. In the hidden recesses of the library, rooms and alcoves that had been long forgotten by all but the most dedicated custodians of its secrets, I discovered artifacts that seemed destined to play a role in this ritual. There was the carved box with symbols identical to those in the diary, a set of incantation pages whose text vibrated with a faint, otherworldly energy, and a delicate locket inscribed with a script that resonated with the ancient language of the occult. Each item was imbued with its own history and mystery, a fragment of a larger narrative that spanned generations. I carefully cataloged these relics in my journal, cross-referencing their origins with the archival records I had painstakingly pieced together over the past several months. Once the items were gathered, I retreated to the hidden chamber beneath the library, the same secret space where I had first encountered the signs of a long, suppressed occult legacy. The chamber was a small, vaulted room with stone walls covered in cryptic inscriptions. Dust motes danced in the weak beam of my flashlight as I set about preparing the space for the ritual. I arranged the relics in accordance with the diary's blueprint, the carved box at the center of a drawn geometric pattern, the incantation pages placed in an arc around it, and the locket positioned at the intersection of lines that converged on the center of the circle. I lit candles in holders that had been carefully restored from a collection of forgotten antiques, placing them at exact intervals along the perimeter of the pattern. Their flames flickered, casting dancing shadows that merged with the ancient markings on the walls. I paused for a moment, taking in the gravity of what I was about to attempt. The diary's warnings echoed in my mind. Let no hand tremble nor heart falter, for in perfect union the past and future converge. The ritual, as described, was not solely an act of summoning or banishing. It was an act of reconciliation, a means of bridging the chasm between what was lost and what could be regained. It promised to integrate the dualities of my existence, merging the rational self with the shadow self that had long lurked in the recesses of my mind. I felt a chill run down my spine, both from the cool air of the chamber and the weight of destiny that pressed upon me. Yet, with resolve hardening in my chest, I steeled myself to begin. I took a deep breath and opened the incantation pages to the passage that detailed the first phase of the ritual. The text was a complex arrangement of archaic language and musical cadences, a series of syllables that demanded not only precise pronunciation, but also an internal harmony of spirit. I began to recite the words slowly, each syllable resonating in the silent chamber, as if echoing from some primordial memory. As my voice filled the room, I felt the candle's flames respond, their light intensifying in rhythm with the cadence of my recitation. The geometric pattern drawn on the floor seemed to shimmer beneath my feet, and for a fleeting moment, I felt as though the very air vibrated with the power of the incantation. As I progressed, I became aware of subtle shifts in the environment. The temperature in the chamber dropped noticeably, and the inscriptions on the walls appeared to glow with a soft, ethereal luminescence. I could almost swear that the relics I had arranged pulsed with life. The carved box, in particular, seemed to vibrate ever so slightly, as if responding to the energy of my voice. I paused briefly, taking a measured breath before continuing, fully aware that any lapse in concentration might disrupt the delicate balance of forces that I was attempting to harness. The incantation built in intensity, its rhythmic flow driving me deeper into a state of focused awareness. I felt my mind begin to detach from the constraints of ordinary thought, entering a liminal space where the boundaries between self and the surrounding energies blurred. In that meditative state, I visualized the ritual's geometric pattern as a living entity, a map of cosmic significance that linked the library's haunted past to the possibility of a transformed future. I recalled the warnings in the diary, the dire prophecies that had been etched into its pages, and I understood that the ritual was not merely about summoning an external force. It was about invoking a power from within, one that had been locked away by fear and denial. It was about the reconciliation of my own divided self, the merging of two destinies that had been fated to remain separate until this very moment. I continued the recitation with unwavering determination, each word drawing me closer to the moment of convergence. The candles burned steadily, and the patterns on the floor glowed with an intensity that filled the room with a surreal, otherworldly light. At the center of the pattern, the carved box began to open slowly, its lid creaking as if in anticipation. I felt an almost imperceptible pull, a call from deep within the box, urging me to complete the next phase of the ritual. My heart pounded in my chest as I carefully reached out and lifted the lid further, revealing an inner compartment lined with ancient velvet and containing a small, intricately carved amulet. The amulet, which had not been mentioned explicitly in the diary, but whose appearance now felt inevitable, radiated a quiet power. I recognized that it must serve as the focal point of the ritual, a talisman that would channel the energies I was invoking and help bridge the gap between my two selves. With the amulet in hand, I continued the incantation, now shifting my focus to the merging of forces. The text instructed that the amulet be held aloft as the words reached their crescendo, so I did so, feeling the weight of destiny in the delicate metal and carved stone. As I raised it, a surge of energy coursed through me, and the room seemed to hum with an intensity that defied explanation. I felt as though I were standing on the threshold of a vast, uncharted expanse, a place where the temporal and the eternal intertwined in a dance of light and shadow. The recited words, each one imbued with the power of generations past, resonated deep within my soul, and I knew that the moment of convergence was at hand. At that critical juncture, the incantation reached a climax. The air thickened, the lights in the chamber flared with an unearthly brilliance, and the geometric pattern on the floor appeared to come alive. I felt the presence of another, a subtle echo of my own, being that had long dwelled in the recesses of my mind, waiting for this moment of reckoning. The spectral echo, though indistinct, was undeniably real. It was as if the ritual were summoning forth the alternate self that the diary had so ominously alluded to. My voice, now unwavering, carried the final, potent syllables of the incantation into the silence. In that instance, time itself seemed to slow, and every element of the chamber, every candle, every relic, every symbol, converged in a moment of perfect synchrony. For several long seconds, the chamber was filled with a profound stillness, as if all the forces I had invoked were holding their breath in anticipation. Then, in a cascade of shimmering light and whispering echoes, the merging began. I felt a warmth spread through my body, a sensation that transcended the physical and touched the very core of my being. It was as though the amulet were a conduit, channeling the energies of both the ritual and my hidden self into a single, transformative force. I closed my eyes and allowed myself to be enveloped by that warmth, surrendering to the inevitability of the merging. In that state, the boundaries between my conscious self and the dormant aspects of my identity began to dissolve, and I sensed the presence of the alternate self, no longer an abstract possibility, but a palpable force emerging from the depths of my soul. Images and sensations flooded my mind, memories of choices made in secret, moments of longing and regret, and the undeniable truth of a life that might have been lived differently. I realized that the ritual was not meant to erase these divergent threads, but to weave them together into a richer, more coherent tapestry. The power of the incantation, the carefully arranged symbols, and the sacred relics all worked in unison to create a state of unity that defied the ordinary divisions of time, identity, and destiny. I felt my heart expand with a mixture of elation and relief as the merging continued, and I knew that the ritual had achieved its intended purpose. Slowly, the overwhelming surge of energy subsided, leaving behind a deep, resonant calm. The carved box closed gently, and the amulet's glow softened to a steady, reassuring light. The geometric pattern on the floor faded back into a series of carefully drawn lines and symbols, but its presence remained etched in my memory as the framework upon which my destiny had been rebuilt. I lowered the amulet and sank to my knees, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what had transpired. In that sacred silence, I felt a profound sense of wholeness, a completeness that I had never before experienced. The dualities that had once defined me, the dichotomy between light and dark, reason and instinct, had merged into a single, integrated self. I knew that I had not only unlocked the secrets of the occult ritual, but also unlocked a deeper understanding of my own nature. In the days that followed, I would return to the hidden chamber many times to reflect upon the experience. Each visit brought new insights, subtle shifts in perception, and a growing confidence that I could navigate the complexities of both the external occult forces and the internal landscapes of my soul. I meticulously documented every detail in my journal, the precise arrangement of relics, the exact phrasing of the incantation, the sensations that coursed through me during the merging, in the hope that one day these notes might serve as a guide for others who, like me, were destined to walk the narrow path between darkness and light. I began to experiment with variations of the ritual in small, controlled measures, always mindful of the delicate balance required for its success. I reread the diary's instructions and cross-referenced them with the ancient manuscripts I had uncovered in the library's deepest archives. Each time I recited the incantation, I found that the ritual's energy resonated with different facets of my being, illuminating aspects of my identity that had long remained hidden. The process of reconstruction became a journey of self-discovery as much as it was an attempt to harness supernatural forces. I found that every detail, the precise alignment of the candles, the exact cadence of the incantation, the placement of each relic, held symbolic significance, representing a piece of the puzzle that was my own divided soul. As I honed my understanding of the ritual's blueprint, I began to notice a remarkable change in the library itself. The spectral disturbances that had once filled me with dread now seemed to have softened, replaced by an almost harmonious interplay of light and shadow. The very architecture of the library, its winding corridors, its vaulted ceilings, its ancient inscriptions, appeared to acknowledge the completion of the ritual. It was as if the building, long a silent witness to forgotten rites and suppressed energies, had been awakened to a new equilibrium. I often found myself pausing in quiet wonder as I walked its halls, sensing that the ritual had not only reformed my own destiny, but had also restored a measure of balance to the sacred space that had been the catalyst for my transformation. Now, as I sit at my desk in the soft glow of early morning light filtering through stained glass, I review my notes and reflect upon the journey that has led me to this moment. The blueprint of the ritual, once an inscrutable collection of symbols and archaic words, has become a living testament to the power of reconciliation and the profound interplay between fate and free will. I have learned that true mastery over the forces of the occult, and over the complexities of one's own nature, lies not in the suppression of darkness, but in its integration with the light. The ritual has shown me that every element of our being, no matter how contradictory it may seem, is essential to the tapestry of our existence. With each passing day, I continue to refine the ritual, experimenting with subtle variations and exploring the deeper layers of its meaning. I have even begun to share my findings in hushed conversations with a select few colleagues who, like me, have sensed the library's hidden energies. In these quiet exchanges, we speak of destiny, of the convergence of timelines, and of the profound responsibility that comes with unlocking secrets that transcend mortal understanding. The diary remains my constant companion, a living document that evolves with every new insight and every whispered memory of the past. It is both a warning and a guide, a chronicle of the occult legacy that has shaped not only the fate of the library, but also the destiny of the one who dares to read its secrets. I have come to understand that the ritual's blueprint is more than just a set of instructions. It is a call to embrace the totality of one's being. It is an invitation to step beyond the boundaries of conventional thought and to accept that our identities are made up of myriad facets. Each is essential as the other to the harmony of the whole. The blueprint is a promise that even the darkest parts of our souls can be transformed into sources of strength and wisdom when we dare to integrate them. I now carry this understanding as both a personal mantra and a beacon for the future, guiding me as I continue to navigate the ever-shifting realms of the occult and the inner landscapes of my own divided self. In the quiet moments of reflection that follow each ritual session, I find myself filled with a deep sense of gratitude. The painstaking reconstruction of the ritual has not only revealed hidden forces and uncovered ancient secrets, but has also opened a pathway to a future where I am no longer bound by the limitations of a fragmented identity. I have learned to honor every aspect of who I am, acknowledging that each part, be it shadow or light, reason or intuition, plays a vital role in the mosaic of my existence. Now, as I prepare to document yet another day in this ongoing journey, I feel an unshakable conviction that the ritual's blueprint will continue to serve as the cornerstone of my transformation. I stand on the threshold of an ever-evolving destiny, one that promises both challenges and revelations in equal measure. The echoes of the incantation still reverberate in my mind, and the light of the amulet remains a steady reminder of the night when my divided self was finally made whole. In that moment, I understood that the ritual was not an end, but a beginning, a perpetual process of discovery and reconciliation that would shape my future in ways I could scarcely imagine. And so I moved forward, each step measured and deliberate, each word of the incantation a promise to honor the delicate balance between the forces that have long warred within me. The blueprint of the ritual, once an enigmatic collection of symbols and instructions, has become my guide, a roadmap that leads me ever deeper into the mysteries of the occult and the hidden recesses of my own soul. With every passing day, I embrace the knowledge that I am both the keeper and the creator of my destiny, forging a path where the light of understanding dispels the shadows of fear. In the silent corridors of the library, amid the rustle of ancient pages and the soft glow of candlelight, continue my work. I study, I meditate, I experiment, and always, I listen to the quiet murmur of the ritual's blueprint echoing in my heart. I know that the journey is far from over, that many mysteries remain to be unraveled, and that the forces I have only begun to comprehend will continue to shape my destiny. But with the ritual as my compass, I am ready to face whatever challenges the future may hold. Thus, with a steady hand and an open heart, I set forth into the unknown, confident in the knowledge that I have unlocked a power that transcends time, space, and the limits of my own mortal existence. I have embraced the blueprint of the ritual, and in doing so, I have embraced the fullness of who I am, an integrated soul, a seeker of truth, and a guardian of the ancient mysteries that bind us all. I had long known that the library held secrets far beyond the realm of ordinary scholarship, but nothing had prepared me for the day when the boundary between the physical world and something far more elusive began to crumble around me. With the ritual's blueprint clutched in my trembling hands and the weight of countless warnings echoing in my mind, I resolved to step beyond the known and venture into the liminal space that lay just beyond the stacks. It was time to cross the threshold and see for myself what lay into the other side. The day began like any other, the autumn light filtering through the tall, arched windows, dust dancing in the beams. Yet, as I walked the familiar corridors, I sensed that the air had shifted. The quiet murmur of patrons and the rustle of turning pages gave way to a subtle vibration that seemed to come from the very walls. I could almost feel the heartbeat of the library, a slow rhythmic pulse that was at once both inviting and ominous. The diary, which had guided me thus far, now lay open on my desk in the archival room, its cryptic passages hinting that the ritual I had so painstakingly reconstructed was only the beginning. My purpose, once limited to deciphering old texts, had expanded into something far more personal and profound. I recalled the instructions clearly: to perform the first stage of the ritual in a secluded area of the library known only to a few, a place where the barrier between the physical realm and the spectral dimension was thinnest. It was in a forgotten alcove behind a row of ancient encyclopedias that I had first noticed the peculiar interplay of light and shadow, a space that seemed to exist partially out of phase with the rest of the building. Determined, I gathered the items required: the carved box containing the incantation pages, the locket etched with symbols of unity, and the carefully drawn geometric pattern I had reproduced on a piece of parchment. Each component was imbued with its own mystery, yet together they formed the key to unlocking the passage. That afternoon, as twilight began to claim the day, I made my way to the secluded alcove. The corridor felt different now, as if the very architecture had become aware of my intentions. The usual scent of old paper and leather was overlaid by a faint aroma of incense, smoke from long, forgotten rituals lingering in the air. I arranged the relics exactly as prescribed by the diary. The parchment was spread out on a small, weathered table, and the relics were positioned at precise points along the drawn pattern. I took a deep breath, steadying my nerves. I knew that what I was about to attempt was not without risk. The diary had warned that the passage beyond was fraught with unpredictable forces, and that my journey into the other side might forever alter the nature of my being. I began the incantation softly at first, reciting the archaic verses with care and deliberation. The words, though foreign in their structure, resonated deep within me, a strange harmony that seemed to bridge the gap between the spoken and the unspoken. As I spoke, the air in the alcove grew noticeably cooler. The flames of a single candle on the table began to dance in erratic patterns, their light stretching and twisting as if caught in an unseen current. I continued the recitation, my voice growing steadier as the rhythm of the incantation filled the small space. Slowly, the geometric pattern on the parchment began to shimmer faintly, the lines and curves pulsing with a soft, ethereal glow. In that moment, the boundary between the known and the unknown grew hazy. I could feel an invisible force tugging at the edges of my consciousness, urging me to step fully into the void. The room around me seemed to blur, and I became aware of a sensation akin to falling, a gentle, liberating descent into a realm where the rules of time and space no longer applied. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the sensation, and allowed the incantation to carry me forward. When I opened my eyes again, I found that the familiar alcove had been transformed. No longer were the dusty shelves and aged tables visible. Instead, I was surrounded by a vast, twilight-hued expanse that stretched out in all directions. I stood on what looked like a threshold between two worlds. Nebulous space, where the boundaries of the physical library melted away into a dreamlike panorama. The light here was soft and diffuse, and the air carried an otherworldly quality, as if infused with both the warmth of a fading sun and the cool mystery of distant stars. I felt both exhilarated and apprehensive. Every instinct in me warned that I had crossed into a realm not meant for the uninitiated, yet the pull of the unknown was irresistible. It was as though the ritual had opened a door, and now I was compelled to explore the world that lay beyond. I took tentative steps forward, my feet moving over a surface that felt neither entirely solid nor entirely insubstantial. It was as if I were walking on the edge of a dream, one where memories of the physical world mingled with the vivid hues of an alternate reality. The silence was profound, broken only by the gentle echo of my own footsteps. I soon discovered that this new realm was not empty. It was alive with subtle energies and spectral echoes. At intervals, I caught sight of indistinct figures flitting just beyond the edge of my vision, as if they were drawn to the same mystery that had compelled me to cross over. One such figure appeared before me with startling clarity. In the distance, amidst a field of softly glowing symbols, stood a man who looked uncannily like me, but with an aura that was both familiar and utterly foreign. His features were my own, yet his eyes held a depth of sorrow and wisdom that I had never seen before. For a long moment, we simply regarded each other in silence, as if the meeting were inevitable and our shared existence self-evident. I felt a profound connection, as if he were the embodiment of the alternate self the diary had hinted at. The part of me that had ventured down a darker path, embracing the occult rather than shunning it. The realization sent shivers down my spine, and I knew instinctively that this spectral double was a key to understanding not only the ritual, but also my own fractured identity. Driven by a need to communicate, I stepped closer. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice trembling slightly. The figure merely inclined his head, his expression one of deep melancholy and quiet acceptance. In that silent communion, I sensed that our meeting was not accidental. It was the fulfillment of a destiny long in the making. It was as if the forces that had guided me through the ritual had conspired to bring us together at this pivotal moment. I extended a tentative hand toward him, feeling an overwhelming surge of emotion, an amalgam of longing, regret, and hope. For a fleeting instant, our fingers brushed, and I experienced a rush of images and sensations that transcended the limitations of language. I saw visions of choices not taken, of lives lived in parallel, and of a future in which the darkness and the light merged into a single, harmonious whole. The encounter left me with more questions than answers. Who was this man, truly? Was he a separate entity, or simply a manifestation of a part of my soul that had been suppressed for too long? I could sense that he held the key to reconciling the two halves of my being. Union that the diary and the ritual had promised, but had not yet fully revealed. As I stood there in the twilight expanse, the spectral figure began to slowly recede, as though drawn back toward the horizon of that dreamlike realm. I reached out once more, desperate to hold on to the connection, but he melted away like mist in the morning sun, leaving only the echo of his presence behind. Determined to explore further, I pressed on through the otherworldly landscape. The environment around me shifted continuously, a kaleidoscope of ever-changing hues and forms. At times, I found myself in a vast library, like hall where countless floating symbols and words shimmered in midair, their meaning elusive yet deeply resonant. At other moments, I wandered through corridors of light and shadow, where the laws of physics seemed to bend and twist into new shapes. Everywhere I looked, the interplay between the tangible and the ethereal was at work, weaving together strands of memory, myth, and possibility into a tapestry of experiences that defied conventional understanding. As I journeyed deeper into this realm, I became increasingly aware of a subtle guidance, a pull that seemed to emanate from within me as much as from the environment itself. It was as if the ritual had awakened an inner compass, one that was attuned to the mysteries of the occult and the deeper recesses of my own soul. I found that my thoughts began to slow, each moment expanding into a meditative clarity that allowed me to perceive the intricate details of the spectral world around me. I marveled at the delicate interplay of light and shadow, the gentle hum of energies that vibrated with a rhythm that was both ancient and intimate. I soon encountered a series of archways that beckoned me onward, each one inscribed with symbols that I recognized from the ritual's blueprint. These doorways seemed to mark transitions between different facets of the other side, portals leading to hidden chambers of memory, emotion, and forgotten desire. With a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, I chose one of the archways and stepped through. Instantly, I was enveloped in a rush of sensations, the scent of old incense, the sound of distant, echoing voices, and a warmth that spread through me like a gentle caress. I realized that I had entered a sanctuary, a place where the temporal and the eternal converged in an intimate embrace. In this sanctuary, I discovered relics of my past that I had long buried under layers of rational thought. I saw visions of a younger me, full of hope and ambition, yet tinged with an undercurrent of longing for something more mysterious and profound. These images flowed before my eyes, intermingling with symbols from the ritual and with the spectral echoes of lives that might have been. I understood that this realm was not merely an abstract space, but a living repository of all the possibilities that had ever existed within me. It was a place where the suppressed aspects of my identity could be acknowledged, embraced, and integrated into a richer, more authentic whole. Time, as I had known it, had no meaning here. Moments stretched into eternities, and memories mingled with dreams. I wandered the sanctuary for what felt like hours, absorbing the quiet wisdom of the place and allowing its gentle currents to soothe the inner conflicts that had long tormented me. I encountered other spectral presences, fleeting images of friends, mentors, and even strangers, each one offering a silent testament to the shared nature of human experience. Yet none resonated with me as deeply as the vision of my alternate self, whose brief but powerful appearance had confirmed the path that lay ahead. Eventually, the pull of my own inner compass drew me back toward the threshold of the ritual's initiation point. I felt that I had absorbed enough of the other side to understand its significance. Yet I also knew that my journey was far from complete. There remained a vital step to be taken, a final act of will that would bind the lessons of this spectral realm to the physical world from which I had come. With my heart still pounding in the quiet afterglow of my explorations, I retraced my steps back to the secluded alcove where the ritual had first opened the gateway. The transition was seamless, as though I had merely stepped from one room into another, yet I knew that I had been irrevocably changed. Standing once more in the familiar confines of the library's hidden alcove, I felt the lingering energies of the other side pulsing through my veins. The relics were still arranged upon the table, and the geometric pattern on the parchment glowed faintly, as if imbued with new significance. I realized then that my journey into the other side was not an isolated event, but part of a continuum, a process of transformation that would span many days, many rituals, and many moments of profound insight. I had crossed a threshold that few ever dared approach, and I now bore the mark of that crossing in the quiet strength of my renewed identity. I sat down at the table and allowed myself a few moments of silent reflection. The images, sensations, and spectral echoes of the other side mingled with my thoughts, weaving themselves into a tapestry of hope and possibility. I understood that while I had ventured into a realm beyond the ordinary, The true challenge lay in integrating the wisdom I had gained with the life that awaited me outside. The diary, with its shifting narrative and living script, had prepared me for this very task, to reconcile the disparate parts of my soul and to emerge into the world as a more whole, more authentic person. Now, with the memory of the other side etched deeply into my consciousness, I felt ready to resume my journey. I gathered the relics, closed the diary carefully, and stepped out of the alcove into the main corridors of the library. The ambient light was softer, and the silence held a gentle promise rather than an oppressive weight. Every step I took was imbued with the quiet assurance that I had not lost myself in the liminal realm, but had, instead, found a bridge between who I was and who I could become. I carried with me the vision of my alternate self, a constant reminder that the boundaries of identity are fluid and that reconciliation is not only possible but essential. As I walked among the rows of ancient books, the echoes of my earlier journey whispered in the quiet corners of the library. I knew that the path ahead would continue to challenge me, that more mysteries lay hidden in the interplay between light and shadow. But I also understood that I had taken a critical step in embracing the fullness of my existence. The ritual had opened a doorway, and my journey into the other side had shown me that the occult forces that once threatened to overwhelm me could be harnessed and integrated into a new vision of self. Now, with renewed purpose and a heart tempered by both wonder and resolve, I move forward into the unknown. I have seen beyond the veil, and I know that the secrets of the other side are not meant to be feared, but to be understood and embraced. The library, the diary, and the ritual's blueprint all remain as guides on this path, a constant reminder that the journey toward wholeness is one of perpetual discovery. I step onward, into the lingering twilight of the library, aware that the gateway between worlds remains ever open to those who dare to cross it. With each new day, I commit myself further to the integration of the spectral and the tangible, the occult and the rational, knowing that in that union lies the promise of a future defined not by division but by unity. And so, I continue my quest, my footsteps echoing softly on the time-worn floor, my heart open to the myriad possibilities that await beyond the threshold of what we call reality. I have spent what feels like an eternity wandering the silent, hallowed corridors of the library, a place that once offered me only solace in its quiet rows of books and the soft rustle of turning pages. Now, every creak of the ancient floorboards and every whisper of wind through the stained glass windows resonates with an urgent message, one that has been building steadily over months of relentless investigation into the occult mysteries and spectral disturbances that have appended my once normal existence. I have come to realize that I stand at the very crossroads of destiny, at the convergence of two divergent paths that have long haunted my every thought. The diary, the relics, and the spectral echoes have led me to a single, inescapable truth: my survival, and indeed, the salvation of both timelines, depends on the reconciliation of the light and darkness within me, the merging of two selves that have long existed in opposition. The days leading to this moment have been a series of trials and revelations. I have confronted the ghosts of the past and the shadow of an alternate self, a version of me that embraced the occult and pursued forbidden knowledge when I chose instead the path of quiet scholarship. In the process, I have uncovered secrets that have challenged every certainty I once held. The library itself, with its labyrinth of secret rooms, hidden compartments, and mysterious inscriptions, has become a living testament to the dual nature of our existence. It is as if the building has absorbed centuries of occult energy, its very stones echoing the fragmented history of those who dared to tamper with forces beyond mortal comprehension. I remember the first time I sensed that something was amiss. It was a rainy evening much like any other, and I had remained late in the reading room, poring over the diary's shifting script by the faint glow of a solitary desk lamp. I felt an uncanny chill creep up my spine, and for a fleeting moment, I swore I saw a shadow flit past the far wall. one that moved with purpose. At the time, I dismissed it as a trick of the light or an overactive imagination spurred by the diary's ominous warnings. But as the days turned into weeks, these fleeting apparitions grew bolder, until the spectral presence was as constant as the ticking of the ancient clock that hung over the circulation desk. I began to document every unusual occurrence with meticulous care, scribbling notes into a leather-bound journal that I kept hidden among the library's rare volumes. I recorded the precise moments when the lights flickered in a peculiar pattern, when books rearranged themselves as if guided by an unseen hand, and when the temperature would drop so suddenly that I could see my breath hanging in the air. Each observation, though disjointed at first, gradually coalesced into a single, chilling narrative, a narrative in which the diary's dire prophecy and my own fate were inexorably intertwined. It was during one of these long nights that I encountered a turning point. I was in the restricted section, a part of the library that had been sealed off for decades, when I suddenly felt as if I were being watched by a pair of unseen eyes. The air was heavy with the sense of impending doom, and I struggled to steady my breathing. In a flash, the diary's words came back to me. The convergence of souls shall mend the fracture of destiny, or doom shall reign eternal. I realized then that the spectral disturbances were not mere hauntings or random anomalies. They were manifestations of a much larger, more deliberate force, a force that was trying to force my hand. I had been chosen, it seemed, to perform a final act that would either salvage the future or doom it to perpetual darkness. In the ensuing days, I immersed myself in preparation. Every scrap of information, every forgotten text hidden in the library's deepest recesses was studied and re-studied. I revisited the secret chambers beneath the library, where relics of ancient occult practices were stored like sacred heirlooms. I recalled the ritual's blueprint, the intricate diagram of geometric shapes, the precise placement of relics, and the carefully recited incantations that had been painstakingly reconstructed from the diary and corroborated by obscure archival documents. I realized that the convergence I had long dreaded was not only an external phenomenon, but also an internal one. My divided self, the rational, scholarly part of me that had always clung to order and reason, and the shadow self that had once flirted with the dark mysteries of the occult, were now fated to come together in a union that would determine the course of my life. I spent nights in a fevered state of preparation, arranging the relics on a polished oak table in the hidden chamber, and testing the incantations until the cadence of my voice resonated with the deep, almost primordial rhythm that seemed to emanate from the very walls. I knew that the ritual must be performed with absolute precision. Every symbol, every word, every gesture was vital. The diary had warned that even the smallest deviation could unleash forces too powerful to control, forces that would tear apart the fragile fabric of reality. I was acutely aware of the stakes. In my journal I scribbled desperate reminders: keep steady, do not falter. The merging of the two selves is the only hope. As the appointed hour approached, a palpable tension descended over the library. The spectral disturbances intensified. The flickering of lights became a staccato beat in the otherwise hushed air, and shadows began to twist into forms that hinted at human shapes. It felt as if every soul that had ever trod these corridors was gathering, witnessing this final moment of reckoning. I could feel the energy surging all around me, an electric charge that vibrated through the very foundation of the building. Even the ancient clock seemed to chime in unison with my quickening heartbeat. I stood in the center of the hidden chamber, the relics arrayed before me like sacred totems. The geometric pattern I had drawn on the floor glowed faintly beneath my feet, each line and curve a promise of the union that was to come. I took a moment to center myself, closing my eyes and breathing deeply, drawing strength from the countless hours of preparation and the undeniable certainty that I was on the brink of something monumental. In that quiet, suspended moment, I recalled the spectral figure I had seen on more than one occasion. a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to me, a mirror image that existed in a parallel reality. The diary had spoken of an alternate self, a being born of different choices and paths, and I now understood that this convergence was not merely symbolic, but a literal merging of two souls destined to meet. My voice, steady and resolute, broke the silence as I began to recite the incantation. The words rolled off my tongue in a measured cadence, each syllable imbued with the raw power of ancient magic and the weight of my personal history. I could feel the energy of the ritual building with each uttered phrase. The relics seemed to vibrate in response, and the light of the candles grew brighter, dancing across the stone walls in an otherworldly display. The air around me thickened as though time itself were being stretched, every heartbeat echoing like a drum in the silence. As I reached the apex of the incantation, the hidden chamber shuddered violently. A surge of energy burst forth from the geometric pattern on the floor, and the relics glowed with an intensity that forced my eyes to close. In that overwhelming moment, I sensed a presence beside me, a silent, compelling force that felt like the other half of my very soul. When I dared open my eyes again, I saw, standing a few paces away in the flickering candlelight, a figure whose features mirrored my own with startling accuracy. It was my alternate self, the embodiment of the choices I had once shunned and the dark mysteries I had long denied. For a long, breathless moment, we simply regarded one another, the silence between us heavy with unspoken words and shared destiny. The realization that this meeting was inevitable washed over me in waves. I understood that the convergence of our souls was not an act of destruction, but one of profound reconciliation. I stepped forward slowly, each footfall measured and deliberate, until I stood directly before him. In that charged instant, our eyes locked, and I felt the full force of the merging. The boundaries between our identities, once rigid and insurmountable, began to dissolve like mist in the morning sun. I extended my hand, and with trembling resolve, he reached out as well. When our fingers finally touched, a torrent of memories, emotions, and visions flooded my mind. I saw flashes of lives that might have been moments of regret and joy, triumphs and tragedies, all woven together into a tapestry that defied the linear constraints of time. It was as if, in that singular touch, the spectral energies of the library, the ancient incantations, and the dormant powers of the occult all converged into a single, transformative force. The warmth of his touch, so etchingly familiar yet imbued with a mysterious, otherworldly quality, seemed to knit together the disparate parts of my soul. I felt old wounds begin to close, the fractures of my identity mending in a way that was both miraculous and inevitable. For a long moment, we remained entwined in that union, our merged consciousnesses exploring the depths of our shared essence without the need for words. Time lost all meaning as the merging progressed. I felt my mind expand and contract, as if I were both the observer and the observed, the creator and the creation. The duality that had once tormented me, the endless conflict between the rational and the occult, between light and shadow, began to reconcile into a single, unified presence. The energy in the chamber reached a crescendo, and I knew that this was the moment foretold by the diary and prophesied in the silent echoes of the library's ancient walls. The incantation's final syllable left my lips, and for a heartbeat, everything was still. Then, with a gentle surge that was at once both cathartic and awe-inspiring, the merging was complete. I felt an indescribable peace settle over me, a profound sense of wholeness that radiated from every fiber of my being. The spectral figure, once separate and elusive, had become an integral part of who I was. In that transformative moment, the convergence of our souls sealed the rift that had long threatened to split my destiny into irreconcilable parts. The library around me seemed to exhale a long, held breath, the oppressive darkness lifting ever so slightly to reveal a promise of renewal and hope. I knew that nothing would ever be the same again. In the aftermath of the convergence, I spent many long hours in quiet contemplation. I roamed the library's corridors with new eyes. Each shadow, each whisper of wind, now a reminder of the journey I had undertaken and the union that had forever altered the course of my life. I returned to my journal repeatedly, desperate to capture every nuance of the experience, every subtle shift in the interplay between the spectral and the tangible. My notes became a tapestry of revelations, detailed descriptions of the incantation's cadence, careful observations of the relics' glowing inscriptions, and, most poignantly, my inner monologue as I reconciled the conflicting facets of my identity. The convergence had not only merged my two selves, but had also unleashed a cascade of insights into the very nature of destiny. I came to understand that the forces that had guided me, the spectral disturbances, the ancient incantations, and even the eerie whispers in the stacks, were not malevolent powers seeking my undoing. Instead, they were the echoes of a past that demanded recognition, the call of a future that required healing, and the silent promise that even the deepest divides can be reconciled when we dare to embrace our full selves. In the weeks that followed, the library began to change. The oppressive energy that had once hung heavy in the air seemed to lift, replaced by a sense of quiet optimism. The spectral presences that had roamed the halls appeared less agitated, as if they too recognized that a vital transformation had taken place. I found solace in the gentle interplay of light and shadow, each beam of sunlight filtering through the high windows, now a reminder that even the darkest night can give way to dawn. My colleagues and I, though initially unaware of the full depth of the changes I had undergone, began to sense a subtle shift in the atmosphere of the library. Conversations took on a more reflective tone, and there was an unspoken acknowledgement that something extraordinary had occurred within those venerable walls. I continued my work, cataloging books and tending to the archives, but now I did so with a renewed sense of purpose. Every day was imbued with the promise of further discovery, a journey that had only just begun. Looking back on that pivotal night of convergence, I can hardly recall the fear that once gripped me as I prepared to recite the incantation. Instead, I remember the quiet certainty that surged within me when my alternate self and I merged, a feeling of completeness and clarity that transcended the boundaries of ordinary experience. I have come to see that our destinies are not isolated, separate strands, but interwoven threads in the vast tapestry of time and existence. The convergence was a moment of profound reconciliation, a final act of defiance against the forces that would see us forever divided. Today, I carry the legacy of that merging within me, a living, breathing synthesis of all the lessons learned from both the light and the darkness. I continue to walk the halls of the library with gratitude and determination, mindful of every step as a continuation of the journey that led me to this final, transformative moment. I have learned that the convergence is not an endpoint, but a doorway, one that opens onto new realms of possibility and understanding. Even now, as I sit by my desk and write these words in the soft morning light, I feel the echoes of that night reverberating through my very soul. The diary, which once foretold doom, now serves as a chronicle of transformation, a record of the arduous journey toward wholeness and the reconciliation of all that I once feared. I know that the future will present new challenges, new mysteries to unravel, but I face them with the conviction that I am no longer a fractured soul, but a complete being, united by the convergence of all that I have been and all that I am destined to become. As I close this chapter of my account, I offer a silent prayer of gratitude to the forces that guided me through the darkest moments and led me to this luminous convergence. I step forward into each new day with an open heart and a spirit renewed, ready to embrace whatever wonders and challenges the future may hold. For I now understand that the true convergence is not merely an event confined to one sacred night. It is an ongoing process, a perpetual dance between destiny and free will, between the past that shapes us and the future we create. In that knowledge, I find solace and strength. I have become the living embodiment of reconciliation, a testament to the power of merging what once was divided. And as I continue on this uncharted path, I carry with me the promise that even in the deepest shadows, light can be found, and even the most fractured soul can be made whole. I never imagined that my life, once defined by quiet days among ancient books and gentle routines, could unravel into something as profound and terrifying as the journey I have undertaken. Yet, here I stand at the precipice of a new reality, where the echoes of occult rituals, spectral warnings, and my own divided self have converged into one transformative moment. The diary, with its shifting script and dire prophecies, guided me step by step through the maze of secrets hidden within the library. It revealed the dark rituals of the past, the gathering of spectral forces, and even a rift in time that had split my identity into two divergent paths. Now, as the final chapter of this tumultuous odyssey unfolds, I find myself racing against time amid the towering stacks of the library, determined to complete the ritual that will reconcile my alternate self with the me I have always known. This is the story of my reconciliation, and of the new beginning that lies beyond. It began on that fateful day when I first discovered the unbound diary hidden behind a forgotten shelf. I remember the mix of trepidation and fascination as I carefully turned its brittle pages, each filled with desperate entries from a long-dead resident who confessed to forbidden rituals and eerie prophecies. At that moment, I felt an inexplicable connection with the author, a connection that deepened as the diary foretold a doom uniquely tailored for me. Little did I know that the diary's revelations would set in motion a cascade of events that would challenge every certainty I held about reality, fate, and the nature of self. Over the ensuing weeks, spectral disturbances in the library became impossible to ignore. Books rearranged themselves as though guided by unseen hands. Lights flickered in uncanny rhythms, and whispered voices resonated through the corridors at odd hours. Every strange occurrence was a piece of the puzzle that the diary had begun to outline. My investigations led me deep into the library's hidden chambers and obscure archival records. I learned of occult societies that had once met in secret, of rituals designed to bridge the chasm between life and death, and, most startlingly, of a prophecy foretelling the convergence of two selves. It was as if the diary were a living document, a chronicle of destinies intertwined across time. In my quest to uncover the truth, I reconstructed the long-forgotten ritual detailed within the diary. I spent countless hours deciphering cryptic symbols, aligning relics with painstaking precision, and practicing incantations that resonated with a power beyond comprehension. I prepared in a hidden chamber beneath the library, a sanctum that had borne witness to centuries of occult practice. There, amid ancient stone walls inscribed with esoteric symbols, I arranged the relics, a carved box bearing mysterious markings, incantation pages whose words vibrated with latent energy, a locket engraved with the promise of unity, and an amulet that pulsed as if alive. All these items formed a blueprint for reconciliation, the means by which I might merge the divergent halves of my identity. I had learned, through painful experience and spectral encounters, that I was not alone in this struggle. I began to see signs of another self, a reflection in mirrors, a fleeting image in the shadows, a presence that moved in tandem with my own steps. I came to understand that at a crucial moment in my past, a choice had been made that split my destiny in two. One path led me to embrace rational order and quiet scholarship, while the other plunged into the mysteries of the occult. The diary's entries, its shifting narrative, and the haunted whispers in the library all suggested that my alternate self had embraced that darker, forbidden path. This realization haunted me, yet it also offered hope. If I could reunite with this estranged part of myself, perhaps I could forge a destiny that transcended the limitations of either path alone. The day of reckoning arrived on a storm-racked evening when the library's ancient windows rattled under the onslaught of rain. I had already spent weeks preparing, meticulously documenting every anomaly and rehearsing every incantation until the words flowed with the steady rhythm of my heartbeat. That night, as the storm roared outside, and the spectral disturbances reached a fever pitch. I knew it was time to complete the final phase of the ritual. With the diary clutched tightly in one hand, and the relics arrayed before me in the hidden chamber, I felt the weight of destiny pressing in from all sides. I began the ritual with measured determination. In the dim light of flickering candles, I recited the incantations in an ancient tongue, a language that seemed to bypass rational thought and reach directly into the core of my being. Each syllable vibrated with an energy that filled the room, and as I spoke, the relics responded. The geometric pattern I had painstakingly drawn on the stone floor glowed softly beneath my feet, its lines and curves pulsing with latent power. The air was heavy with a sense of impending transformation, as if the very fabric of reality were about to yield to the union of my divided self. I remember the moment vividly. As I reached the climax of the incantation, the chamber shuddered as if caught in a seismic pulse. The relics blazed with an unearthly light, and the shadows around me seemed to coalesce into a single, shifting presence. In that charged instant, I sensed the arrival of my alternate self. For a moment, time slowed. I saw in the mirror, like surface of a polished wooden panel, not only my own face, but also that of a man who looked exactly like me. Yet his eyes held a depth of sorrow and wisdom that spoke of a different life. A life spent on the darker side of destiny. It was as if the two halves of me had been separated by fate and were now reaching out to embrace one another. I stepped forward with trembling resolve. With every fiber of my being, I extended my hand toward the spectral image. In that suspended moment, our fingers touched, a contact that was at once as light as a whisper and as profound as the merging of souls. A torrent of memories and emotions surged through me, regret for the path I had not taken, longing for a self I had long suppressed, and the overwhelming realization that true wholeness required the acceptance of both light and darkness. The sensation was transformative, a merging that transcended the boundaries of time, space, and identity. In that mystical moment, I felt the fractures in my soul knitting together, the duality that had defined me for so long dissolving into a luminous unity. As the merging deepened, the energy in the chamber became almost unbearable, a crescendo of cosmic power that threatened to lift me from the very ground. I closed my eyes and surrendered to the experience. The spectral presence of my alternate self, once so distinct and separate, began to integrate with my own consciousness. I no longer felt the division between who I was and who I might have been. Instead, I became a singular entity, a being forged from the reconciliation of every shadowed corner of my past with the hopeful promise of my future. The convergence was not merely a symbolic act. It was a profound transformation that rippled through every aspect of my being. I felt as if my heart had expanded to encompass both the rational, orderly part of me that had cherished the quiet sanctuary of the library and the wild, untamed spirit that had once been drawn to the occult's mysteries. The energies that had long warred within me now flowed together in a steady, harmonious current. I sensed that the very forces of the universe, the ancient energies recorded in the diary, the spectral echoes in the stacks, and the whispered secrets of the library, were now aligned in support of my newfound unity. For what felt like an eternity, I remained in that state of profound reconciliation. The chamber grew silent once more as the merging subsided, leaving behind a deep, resonant calm. I opened my eyes slowly and looked around. The relics lay in their prescribed places, their glow now gentle and steady. The geometric pattern on the floor, though its brilliant light had faded, remained etched into my memory as a symbol of the union that had just been achieved. I knew in that moment that I had not only fulfilled the diary's ominous prophecy, but had also unlocked a power within myself that would forever alter the course of my life. In the days and weeks that followed, the library itself seemed transformed. The oppressive energy that had once hung over its ancient corridors began to lift, replaced by a serene balance between light and shadow. The spectral disturbances, once wild and chaotic, now moved with a measured grace. a silent acknowledgement that the long, severed parts of me had been reunited. My colleagues, though unaware of the full extent of my inner journey, remarked on the calm determination in my eyes and the renewed sense of purpose that seemed to animate my every action. I spent long hours in quiet contemplation, poring over my notes and reading the diary with fresh eyes. Its once foreboding pages now spoke of hope and redemption, a living record of my transformation and a guide for the future. I began to understand that reconciliation was not a single event, but an ongoing process. Every day presented new challenges and mysteries, yet I faced them with the quiet confidence of a soul made whole. I resumed my duties in the library with a newfound reverence, as if each ancient book and every hidden passage was now imbued with the luminous energy of my integrated self. Walking the corridors, I felt a kinship with every whispering shadow and every ray of sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows. I recognized that the library, with its endless layers of history and mystery, was more than a repository of knowledge. It was a living embodiment of the convergence between past and future, between the occult and the rational. In that convergence, I found not only my own salvation, but also a broader truth that every fractured soul, every divided self, carries within it the potential for profound unity. My journey had taught me that embracing all aspects of one's being is not a surrender to darkness, but a celebration of the full spectrum of existence. As the months passed, I dedicated myself to further exploring the mysteries that had shaped my destiny. I continued to study ancient texts and experiment with rituals that now seemed less like desperate attempts to control unknown forces and more like sacred ceremonies honoring the unity of life. I reached out to others who had sensed the library's hidden energies: quiet scholars, eccentric archivists, and even a few mystics whose whispered knowledge had long been dismissed by mainstream academia. In our hushed conversations, I shared the lessons of my own transformation, urging them to see that reconciliation was not a threat, but a promise of renewal. At night, I would often sit by a window, watching the city's lights twinkle like distant stars, and reflect on the journey that had led me here, the memories of my former self. The one who had once been paralyzed by fear and doubt seemed to coexist now with the clarity and strength of my reconciled identity. I marveled at the thought that the diary, that cursed chronicle of forbidden rituals and spectral warnings, had been both a burden and a blessing, a call to confront the deepest parts of my soul and emerge transformed. There were moments, of course, when the weight of the past threatened to pull me back into the darkness. At times I would recall the bitter isolation of those early days, when the library's silent corridors had echoed with the sound of my own anxious heartbeat, and I would feel a twinge of regret for the choices that had split my destiny. Yet, with each such recollection, I found that the integrated self I had forged was stronger, more resilient, a beacon of light that shone even in the deepest night. Now, as I pen these final words, I stand on the threshold of a new beginning. The diary remains by my side, its pages a living testament to the transformative power of reconciliation. I have learned that fate is not a rigid decree, but a dynamic interplay of choices, chance, and the silent forces that bind us together. My alternate self, once a shadow lurking in the recesses of my mind, is now an inseparable part of who I am. Together, we have forged a destiny that transcends the limitations of a singular existence, a destiny defined not by division, but by the luminous unity of all that we have been and all that we are meant to become. The library, too, has changed. Its once oppressive corridors now resonate with a quiet hope, a sense that the secrets of the past can be honored without being allowed to dictate the future. Every book, every hidden inscription, every whisper of forgotten lore now speaks to me of the endless possibility that lies in the convergence of light and shadow. I leave behind the fear of a fractured self and step forward into a future where reconciliation is not an end, but an ongoing journey. A journey of discovery, healing, and perpetual renewal. In the soft glow of early morning, with the first rays of sunlight filtering through the stained glass. I close the diary gently. I know that its message is not one of finality, but of transformation. I carry with me the lessons of every spectral encounter, every incantation, every moment of terror and wonder that has led me to this point. The convergence of my two selves has not only saved me from an inevitable doom, but has also opened the door to a life rich with the promise of unity and understanding. I step out of the library that day with a lightness in my heart and a calm assurance in my soul. The challenges of the future no longer seem insurmountable. Instead, they appear as opportunities to further integrate the myriad facets of my being. I know that the path ahead will not always be clear or easy, but I also know that I have the strength to meet it, for I am now whole. Both the scholar and the seeker, the light and the shadow, united in one resplendent, resilient self. Thus, my journey of reconciliation does not end with this final act of merging, but continues in every breath, every step, every quiet moment of reflection. I have embraced my destiny and, in doing so, have become a guardian of the ancient mysteries, a living testament to the power of unity in the face of division. And as I move forward, I remain ever grateful for the mysterious forces that once haunted these halls and for the diary that set me on this path. For in reconciling my past, I have unlocked the promise of a future unbound by fear, a future in which the convergence of all that I am will illuminate the darkest corners of the world. I now carry with me the knowledge that every ending is but a beginning, and every fracture is an opportunity to build something stronger, more radiant, and more enduring. With the diary's wisdom etched into my heart, and the memory of that transformative night ever present, I step into the unknown with a quiet smile, ready to embrace whatever wonders and challenges the future may hold.